This is Monday, January 3rd, 2022, for a City of Leawood governing body meeting, and we will now come to order. And the clerk will please call the roll.
Councilmember Phila,
Here.
Councilmember Rawlings,
Here.
Councilmember Kane,
Here.
Councilmember Sippel,
Here.
Councilmember Harrison,
Here.
Councilmember Larson,
Here.
Councilmember Osman,
Here.
Councilmember Azeltine,
Here.
Mayor Dunn, present and presiding.
All right, thank you. We are all here. We do have 2 council members who are on Zoom this evening, but we have everyone in attendance. Thank you. The next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, so as you're able, please rise and we will face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. The next item is the approval of the agenda, and we do have an amended agenda in front of you. We have a presentation under item 7, and on the dais you will see new item 9L, simply there due to modified language, but no change in that agenda item. Modified language in the memo. And then item 9P is in addition to the consent agenda, and that material is also in front of you. There's also some additional communication from the Blue Valley School District that is to be added to item 14, and another item from Director of Planning Mark Klein for item 14. So with those modifications to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Sippel, a second from Ms. Phila. Is there discussion? Mr. Azeltine, did you have a question? I thought I heard. I guess not. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's approved unanimously. Thank you. We have a number of citizens who've signed in to speak this evening, and they have, looks like they've all signed in to speak on item 14, which is Cameron's Court, except for one who did sign in under the topic of Leawood Middle School, and I'm going to call on that individual, and if indeed you are wanting to talk about Cameron's Court, we will take all of those in just a few minutes, but the individual who signed in under a different topic is Michael Schmidt. Is Michael Schmidt here? Good evening.
Hi.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Michael Schmidt, 12437 Westgate Street, Overland Park, Kansas, 66213.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I signed in just as a matter of record. I didn't know if you had any questions about the sign for the school, but I don't have anything to say unless you have questions about it.
Mayor Dunn, I think it's item 9K on the consent agenda.
Oh, all right, 9K.
Canopy signage.
Oh, the canopy sign. All right. Well, we haven't gotten to the consent agenda. I was not going to pull that for discussion. I'll look up and down the dais to see if anyone was going to pull it for discussion. We do appreciate you being here, but it looks like it'll just be a consent agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Mr.
All right,
Schmidt.
thank you.
Appreciate that. All right, going now to proclamations. I have a proclamation I'd like to read into the record, please. Whereas on January 15th, 1929, Martin Luther King Jr. was born, destined to make our world a greater and more noble one. And whereas growing up in a landscape disfigured with colored only and white only signs and a society rife with other demeaning racial barriers and distinctions, whereas Martin Luther King Jr. sadly learned that the Constitution's guarantee of equality was denied to most Black Americans, and whereas he dedicated his life to ending the injustice of racism, gracing the world with his vision of a land guided by love instead of hatred and by acceptance instead of intolerance. Whereas Dr. King had faith in God, faith in Americans, and great perceptiveness about the problems we face and how to solve them. Whereas Dr. King's dream was more than just racial equality. The more important part of King's dream was to bring people together to battle common foes, to pursue common interests, to celebrate common victories. Whereas Dr. King showed what can happen with an ideal that is nurtured by a lot of commitment and pushed by strong resolve. And whereas people can fix problems if that's what we want to do, let us remember the dreamer, but most of all, we must make Dr. King's dream a reality. Now, therefore, I, Peggy Dunn, Mayor of the City of Leawood, Kansas, do hereby proclaim and designate Monday, January 17th, 2022, as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the City of Leawood, Kansas, and encourage residents to use this occasion of remembering Dr. King's tremendous contribution and legacy to our nation, to renew commitment to the cause of equality, justice, and progress for all of our citizens, and to promote peace and understanding among all the citizens of our city, and to take part in local activities. We, as you all know, have designated January 17th as a recognized holiday here in the City of Leawood, and I think a number of us will be attending a Martin Luther King celebration event that evening. So our next council meeting will actually be on Tuesday night, therefore January 18th. Our next item of business is item 5, which is oaths of office administered to council members-elect Deborah Filla, Chuck Sipple, Julie Kane, and Mary Larson. And our interim city clerk, Stacy Stromberg, is going to do that. Would you like for them to come down in front of you, in front of the dais?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you.
Can we let Mr. Larson in?
Is Mr. Larson here?
He is. We just got to let him in.
Oh, and you have a few
Oh,
family members.
And Junior Larson's.
That's great. At the conclusion, don't leave yet, Larsons. At the conclusion of their signing, I'd like Ms. Larson to introduce you all. Are there any other family members for any of the rest of you here? No? Okay. I want to once again congratulate you all and tell you how thrilled I am that you chose to serve again and be reelected. So thank you so much. And Ms. Larson, would you like to introduce your family?
Well, I'm fortunate enough to have our young adult children home this week. So this is our daughter Kristen, our son Eric, and my husband Dave. And
Wonderful.
I'm kind of cajoled them into coming.
That's wonderful. Well, I think
Well
I've met
done.
everyone but your son, so it's nice to meet you as well. And thank you so much for coming to be supportive. Appreciate that. Good. And don't hesitate to stay for the whole meeting.
It's going to be great.
It'll be great, great fun. So thank you.
Yay.
Thank you, Ms. Stromberg. And we will now have the roll call of the mayor and council members.
Councilmember Deborah Phila,
Here?
Councilmember Jim Rawlings.
Here.
Councilmember Chuck Sippel,
Here.
Councilmember Julie Kane,
Here.
Councilmember Mary Larson,
Here?
Councilmember Lisa Harrison,
Here.
Councilmember Andrew Osman,
Here.
and Councilmember James Azeltine,
Here.
and Mayor Peggy Dunn, present and presiding.
Thank you very much. We now have a presentation, introduction of new accounting manager, Loretta Morgan, and we have our Director of Human Resources, Nick Sanders, who's going to do that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, it took us a little while to get her here, and over time, we were lucky enough to have Loretta Morgan join the city on December 27th. She comes with a breadth of experience in the municipal sector and finance, and the same enthusiasm that we all do for the work that we do here. And obviously, she has a lot of people coming to see her and be introduced to you that are here tonight as well. So I'll turn it over to her for any questions that you may have or any thoughts that she'd like to share.
Great, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening,
and
Mayor and
welcome.
Council. Thank
Very
you.
glad to have you here.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your background?
I'm born and raised Kansan, and I went to Texas for a brief stint and realized Kansas is home. So I've been in government over 30 years, so I'm looking forward to serving the citizens of Leawood.
Great. And you've worked in, is it Olathe?
I've worked for the state of Kansas, Lenexa, Olathe.
Okay. And for a while in Houston? Is
Yes.
that- Okay. Wonderful. Do you have family members with you out in the
I do not.
All right. Well, he said quite a few people, and I didn't know if you wanted to make sure we recognize them. Any questions for our new?
Welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank
We're
you.
delighted.
Appreciate it.
So thank you, Ms. Morgan,
you.
for being here tonight. We'll look forward to working with you.
Yes, look forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, going to special business, scheduled governing body meeting for Tuesday, January 18th, 2022 at 7 p.m.
So moved.
Second,
Motion from Mr. Rawlings. I think the second was maybe Ms. Larson.
Julie Kane.
Oh, Ms. Kane, sorry about that. Any discussion? All right, then, all in favor, please say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. It's approved unanimously. And then we have 8B, which is schedule governing body short, near, and long-term goals work session for Monday, January 31st, 2022 at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Second?
Motion from Ms. Kane, second from Ms. Larson. Any discussion? I know we'll be getting some paperwork from Mr. Lambers prior to that. Ms. Harrison?
My calendar tells me that that is Councilman Hazeltine's birthday, so I hope there will be cake.
Oh. Well, let's hope he even shows up. Or we might not have cake. Okay, thank you for that tidbit. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Thank you.
Mayor, could Stacy send out an email to remind everybody, tomorrow maybe or something? Get on
Certainly.
the calendar for the 31st, because it's not a normal meeting, for the long-term goals, short-term.
All right. You will be getting some paperwork, too. Mr. Lambers always gives a
I understand.
document, but yes, if you don't have that on your calendar, we'll make sure that you get that. Thank you. 9A through P, and I've already noted the modifications, but that's the entirety of the consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull anything for discussion? Mr. Sipple.
9G is in George.
All right. Anything else? All right. Seeing no other things to be pulled, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second?
Motion from Ms. Larson, second from Ms. Villa. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Thank you. 9G is a resolution approving and authorizing the mayor to execute change order number 1 between the city and Habitat Architects LLC and the amount of $11,600 pertaining to the Dykes Branch Creek cleanup project. Mr. Lay, or maybe Mr. Sipple's question first.
The question I had, David, is back in the summer, we had an extended discussion about the use of herbicides when we clean up vegetation. There was a lot of talk about the use of Roundup and the impact that may have on staff that might come in contact with it. Has that been resolved with regard to this project?
No, this was approved to use the rodeo for, it's not Roundup, but it's similar to Roundup, but Parks was going to look into that. Parks is the one that's really concerned about
Right.
the long-term or all the issues that they would have with the maintenance.
So I would imagine if you're going to use an herbicide, you have to do it when the plants are alive. So you'd do this starting, what, in April or May, something like that?
Well, the product that they used was able to be, they put that on there, I think it was about a month ago, about when they placed it on the stump. They just spray it directly on the stump.
My only concern is the safety of our staff when we're using, when we're around a contractor, or they and their staff, that we use something that's safe and is not going to end up as a class action lawsuit and that type of thing. So if you're comfortable, I'm comfortable, so.
Yeah, it's not broadcast sprayed, it's sprayed directly on the stump, so we're practicing the safe measures.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, I move to approve.
Second?
Motion from Mr. Sipple, second from Ms. Harrison. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Thank you. That concludes our consent agenda. Going now to the mayor's report. We would like to extend our heartfelt sympathies to the family and friends of Leawood resident Mary Ann Lusk, who passed away on December 22nd. Mary Ann and her late husband Charles, who passed away in 2020, were dedicated volunteers and supporters of our community. And she was extremely active with the philanthropic work of the Leawood Women's Club, among numerous other organizations. So our sympathies are certainly with their family. I would like to thank our Director of Public Works, David Lay, and his team for once again doing outstanding street cleanup during our ice and storm event over the New Year's holiday. And we were all grateful to be able to get out and about if necessary. And finally, a very happy new year to one and all, and wishing you all a great 2022. That concludes my mayor's report. We have no council members' report this evening. We have no city administrator's report. We have no staff report. So we move now to item 14, committee recommendations. This was continued from the December 6th Planning Commission meeting. Ordinance approving a rezone from AG and SDO, that's Agriculture and Planned Office, to MXD, Mixed Use Development District, preliminary plan, preliminary plat for Cameron's Court, located south of 133rd Street and west of State Line Road.
Mayor, I hate to interrupt. We've had two residents who got here too late to sign up who have asked to be added to the list. One of them is a Mr. Tim Thiessen. I think it's how it's pronounced, Thiesen. Yes. And another one is Mr. Bob Pollock, Pollock, I believe.
All right, thank you. And then I'll, when they introduce themselves, I'll put their addresses in. Okay, thank you for that. All right. We will be going to citizen comments once again prior to city council discussion. However, we will begin with the applicant's presentation as we have in the past. And when the applicant comes in, maybe I'll wait for my remarks at that time, but I do want to request non-duplicative remarks if possible, and focus on the changes, the modifications that have taken place since our December 6th meeting. So, Mr. Klein and Mr. Sanchez, did you have anything you wanted to comment on before the applicant begins?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm not sure who's beginning with the applicant's team, but. Good evening. Good evening. And when you make your presentation, you may take off your mask.
Okay. As you guys know, I'm Rick Odo, 15200 West 105th Terrace, Leawood, or Lenexa, Kansas. I will start off with Fred Logan speaking on our behalf, and then we'll go on from there.
All right.
Thank you.
And were you all able to hear me request that you talk about the changes since?
Yes. Oh, no, we didn't hear that.
We would really like not to have a full
We understand.
presentation, as would everyone here, so that the length of the time is lessened and we focus on modifications that have taken place.
We'll be happy to do that. We met with staff, as you know, and they asked for about 9 changes or additions, and we met every single one of them that they asked for. Plus, we're going to give you a couple of options to give even more ownership that came out of the meeting that we had with the neighbors that they'd asked for, so we'll give you the choice of which one of the 3 you want to choose to go forward with it. From here, I'm going to turn it over to Fred Logan.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Fred Logan. I'm a Leawood resident, and I'm a partner at the Prairie Village law firm of Logan, Logan & Watson. I'm here representing Mr. Bob Rainier, the owner of the property, and my remarks are going to be extremely brief, and I'm going to speak on his behalf as well this evening. We first want to begin by expressing our gratitude to the staff and to Mr. Lambers and the Planning Commission for their careful consideration and their commentary on this, and of course, thank you as well. I have noted in the past, and it must be noted again, this is a property that has remained vacant for many years. That is for a variety of reasons, but what it does is it highlights what an extraordinary opportunity the city has now to work with a high-quality developer with an excellent record of achievement on a substantial piece of property. That just simply cannot, the importance of that cannot be overstated. This presentation by Mr. Odo and his team is a comprehensive plan. over a substantial piece of property. And it has been revised, working with city staff, at least 6 times in a very significant way. And we think that's extremely important. The proposal that you have before you this evening is in all ways compliant with the code and the LDO, period. In all ways compliant. And it has a favorable recommendation, this is extremely important, a favorable recommendation for approval from staff, from the Planning Commission, and from Mr. Lambers. We believe that the Golden Case compels approval, and we ask that the City Council vote this evening to approve this proposal and that you approve the preliminary plan as stipulated and as submitted in the report. And I thank members of the council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Logan.
Mayor and members of the governing body, Henry Clover, Clover Architects, 8813 Penrose Lane, Lenexa, Kansas. First, let me get this onto full screen. And it is my job to, move in, there it is. There we go. Sorry, using the finger to move things around. First, I wanted to explain, we did have a conversation today with staff, and there is a little bit of difference in numbers that we were using. And I wanted to explain it so it wasn't a conflict between what we put into ours. We had used, and for some time, used the gross net area of the site of 116.15 acres, and staff has been using for units per acre the net, which is a little over 110 acres. So there is a slight difference between the numbers we have and what they have in report, and we noticed that, and we actually had a conversation with Mark today, so I kind of wanted to go through and clarify that. First, all the way to the left, the 830 submittal, which shows that there were originally 935 units. The apartments at that time were 766, and there were 169 units that were for sale. The difference is that we indicated there was 8.05, and per using the staff's requirement, it would be 8.45 units per acre. So I didn't want to have this contradiction between the staff report and our presentation. The plan that was submitted, and we met with the neighbors, originally had 660 apartments and had 183 units that were for sale, 483 units total. And that we labeled as 7.25. The staff would say that that would be 7.62 units per acre. The current proposal in front of you, which has 648 units, 185 that are for sale, 833 total, 7.17. The staff's using the 110 units per acre would be 7.53, just to clarify that. So there's not a distinction. That is a reduction in total unit counts from the Planning Commission approved of 118 units. And the units is 16 increase, so there's a net deduction 10, but 2 more units per sale. This is just an overall between the two. They'll go into greater detail, plus the little boxes that are up above this area. If I can show it to you, this area right here is the options, which I'll go to a little bit later. This is the area on the east, which is commercial. And the area you see that are highlighted are the changes we made. These are revisions that were made in discussion with staff. There is a slight relocation of the Kenneth Road onto 135th Street, which lines up with the center line of the right-of-way, which is actually a request that Enclave wanted. So that is now compliant. The traffic circle was added, which is in the center, which is the center circle. And that was primarily because staff requested that we put a sweep on the bottom that would push traffic quicker around and for better circulation. This area isn't bubbled, and that's primarily because there's a lot of changes to it. We rerouted High Drive. As you see, High Drive goes flat through the center and then sweeps back up. The primary goal, and that was a request of the Public Works Department to put a bigger separation between High Drive. One, to discourage the crossover traffic that seems to be a concern. But it also allowed us to have the brownstones be a lot more perpendicular, and that's the shift. But in that area also, there was a removal of 12 total apartment units in this area as well. And this is the area just to the west of Kenneth. This is the area between, basically, that shows Chadwick Park to Pawnee. This is a change where we widened and increased the size of the central Chadwick Park to basically double the size of it. It's almost 2 acres now. The brownstones are still there, and it's important to us. We also added more single-family units that are along High Drive, or excuse me, between there and High Drive. The access point to Chadwick has been removed, so there's less access to the 133rd Street. Moved Building D down and rotated it to get it further away. That also allowed us to add the cul-de-sac and improve that area. It also aligned the road between there and the shopping center to the west. The access along 135th Street was added to allow a right-in, right-turn out to put more traffic from internal to 135th Street or make it easier. And there's the option for the single-family as well area that I'll describe here in just a second. These are the two options that have been proposed. Right now, it's showing single-family, so you've got a double layer of single-family, which is also unusual. I mean, normally, you don't go from lesser density to higher density by buffering with a residential R1 to another R1. But there was requests by both the city council and we believe also from the gang of 8th, and we met with them, that they would like the brownstones. So this provides options that we'd like your feedback on. We're happy to do any of them. The single family is in the base, but then there's the ability to do the additional villas, which would add the 12 duplexes versus the 9 single family. The one that we do like, because it does add more for sale product, is the version all the way to the left, which is through brownstones. One, it provides a bigger mass of separation there, but it also adds more for sale unit products. And we also think it would be very nice, as opposed to drives across from drives, that would be more of a front porch type design along that corridor, which we think is very attractive and useful. But again, we're going to leave that discussion up to the preference of the city council, which they would like to see. But we do believe that it was the preference of a lot of the residents that we met with, that they would prefer something a little more mass there. But as you can see, the building's been pulled down quite a ways further away. This is the site section. Again, we're pointing out that on Mission Farms, there's a 200-foot separation between the R1 residential and the mixed-use building right across the street from where we're at. And these are taller buildings as well, is 180 feet. In this particular case, we've obviously got the residential, the single family, and there's 721 feet between the residence to the taller building, which is on 135th Street. And at worst case, it's 456 feet to the first closest building. And you got to realize that's a football field and a half. I mean, a football field is 360 feet. So that's a full-length football field and a half difference between those buildings. And it's also going downhill. So with this, I will turn over to Kurt Holland to explain more about the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clover.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Curtis Holland with the Polsinelli Law Firm. Going to spend a few minutes here, and I'll be brief. I want to first, a little housekeeping, speak to the stipulations that are part of your report, and just reiterate that we are in support of and agreement with the stipulations as recommended by the Planning Commission. I know there's an option under stipulation number 1, depending on whether or not you would prefer to have single family across from the single family that Mr. Clover just talked about, or whether those would become brownstones or twin villas, which really we would be accepting of either of those options and leaving it to your discretion as to what you would prefer there. So again, we're okay with the stipulations as written. Also, earlier today, I did email out late and apologize, signatures that were on a couple of petitions for support of the project. And I know I emailed it to you late. I know some of you got it, but for the record, I'm just going to hand it in to the clerk. And these are petitions, signatures by folks who live and reside in Leawood who do support the project. So there is substantial support for the project. I know you're hearing from a lot of voices behind us in the immediate neighborhoods, and I'm not going to calculate what those percentages are, but there is support in the city for this project. So I hope you know that. And then just real briefly, there's been a lot of information submitted by us and quite frankly by folks who maybe don't want to see this project be approved. And I did just want to quickly go through some facts, and some of them have already been stated, so I can go through this very, very quickly. The first one here on their screen is that the plan has been approved by the city staff and the Planning Commission. And so that has been previously stated. I know that's part of your report and part of the record in the case, so you already know that. I'm sorry.
It's not on the screen. I'm not sure who's.
Ross, can you?
James hasn't done
Can you?
there.
There we go.
Okay,
Oh, thank
now
you.
we have it. Thank
So
you.
there's the first bullet again, the plan before you, or at least the iteration of the plan that's before you has been recommended for approval by the city staff because it's in compliance with your codes and the 135th Street Community Plan, and recommended by the Planning Commission. A version that had a few more units in it had previously been recommended by the Planning Commission. So I think that's part of your record. This was already stated too by Mr. Logan that this land at least has been master planned for a higher density for approximately 50 years. So it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that we're asking for and seeking a little bit higher density on the land than what they would like to see there. And it's also important to note that you all, as a city, have invested lots of money in the surrounding street network to accommodate the additional density that would be supported by the land. And so we think it's important that you recoup your investment and take full advantage of your investment in the surrounding street network. Next, the site is ideally suited for MXD. That's what it's shown as, being in the comprehensive plan, and again agreed to by the city staff and the Planning Commission. So there's no question that the MXD zoning is appropriate for the land. The project density, these numbers were just moments ago revised by Henry, but they're nominally revised, if you will. But the project density, as we're showing it, and this would be on the net acreage basis, is 7.17 dwelling units per acre. And it's important to note that the LDO density allowed in MXD is 15 units per acre. And within the MXD zoning, and if you maxed out the 15 units per acre, you potentially could have up to 1,700 or over 1,700 units on this property. And we're asking for less than half of that. Also, if you followed the 135th Street Community Plan, which allows for a higher density of, on average, up to 48 units per acre, you could generate up to 6,000 or over 6,000 units on the same property that we're talking about with the 833 units. So again, a substantial decrease or less intense use for the land than what would be otherwise permitted under the 135th Street Community Plan. Total estimated residents in Cameron's Court, we projected to be around 1,200. That was a number that had been of some interest and comment during the last meeting. And we finally figured out where the source of the original estimate that was proposed by some of the residents that indicated that it would be over 2,300 or around 2,300 persons on this that would occupy this project. And really the source of it, as I understand it, came from a census tract number or a census number that was used for Leawood, and I think the number came and was generated around 2018, and it indicated that for a normal household, you would have a population of 2.5 persons per single-family household. And that was a number that came from Mr. Ricky Sanchez, I think that the planning staff, and Ricky, you're here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong or not, but I think it was asked of him by a resident. He gave that number, and we're not going to dispute that that's what a single-family home would generate. But that number then got translated into, you multiplied 2.5 by the number of units that we were talking about, and it came out to a higher number. And again, we think it's a bit more, probably 1,000 people more or so than what we would estimate based on our experience and based on persons that would occupy apartments as well as those that would occupy the brownstones, the twin villas, as well as the single family. And when we do the math, we think it's closer to 1,200. Anyway. Since the Planning Commission did approve it back in September, and it was pointed out tonight, we have reduced the overall apartment units by 118 units, which is, we think, very significant. If I do my math right, that's about a 15% reduction in for rent property. It's significant, we think. The other units, if I understand the comments from the residents, that their main concern is with the apartments. I don't believe they have a lot of concern about the other kinds of residential product, the single family, the twin villas, the brownstones, the condominiums even. I think their main concern was the apartments. And so I think it's significant to note that we've really have moved the ball in reducing the overall number of units, apartment units, by 118 from where the Planning Commission recommended approval. At the same time, we did increase the number for sale by, I think, 12 or 16, I apologize, I don't know the exact figure. But again, we're changing the plan, or did change the plan to address some of the comments we heard. And so I think it's important to reflect that. It's also noteworthy that our density per unit, or dwelling units per acre, at 7.17 is less than what would be allowed under your code in these zoning districts of RP2, RP3, and RP4. So that's also noteworthy. The market study that was requested by Mr. Rainier, and it had been cited in our information and cited actually in some of the materials that the residents had indicated here recently in emails. There's, I think, a little bit of a misunderstanding of what the term medium density residential means, or from density for the multifamily that was recommended in that report. And if you refer to the report on page 6, it clearly states that the recommended density for medium density housing is some 10 to 12 units per acre, and for apartments, some 25 to 35 units per acre. And again, our project is at 7.17. So just trying to clarify what was in the report. We haven't asked for any deviations to increase the density of this project. The only deviations that were requested had to do with bringing the streets into conformance with the 135th Street Community Plan. The next bullet deals with traffic. I know there's a lot of information back and forth about traffic. We have done a traffic report and updated it, and taken into consideration the quick trip across the street. We did do it, parts of it during COVID, and we adjusted our traffic levels for that period, so that in the morning we actually bumped that potential trip generation number up by some 30%, and in the afternoon or the evening peak hours by 10%. So there was adjustments made, but a lot of the studies were done during periods and taken from numbers that were earlier on before COVID, and it did take into consideration all of the surrounding developments. So that would include Regents Park to the south. And so I know there was some information about, hey, the traffic study didn't include this. Well, it did. And again, it was submitted and reviewed by your staff a couple of times, and also by an outside neutral engineering group, Olson, that you all retained to look at it, and they approved it. And then there's been some discussion about whether or not the school district would have sufficient capacity to handle the kids coming from the development. We don't think, based on what we're targeting in terms of our market, really, again, it's it's folks that are baby boomers like myself, empty nesters, I'm not quite there yet, divorced people and so forth. That's really been our target market. So we don't expect to generate a lot of children from the project. And based on our experience with others, other developments, for example, Villa Milano, which had, I think, 12 or 13 kids and some 300-plus units, we don't expect a large children population, school-age children population to be generated by the project. But I would note for the record that the Blue Valley School District, Mr. Eric Pullum, had submitted to you, I think, a couple of letters on this very issue, and even a late email today about trying to correct the record on whether or not Mission Trail Elementary had enough capacity for the children that would be generated by our development. And we'd ask you to give credibility to what the school district is saying, what capacity they have at the school and whether or not they can handle it. And clearly they said yes, that we can handle the children that would be coming from this project. They've planned for it. And so I know there's some question about whether or not the school district knows what they're doing, but we really trust them in all other regards, so why aren't we trusting them here when they give us this information? And then also wanted to note, obviously, that there are a variety of housing options being presented with this project. We have single-family, twin villas, brownstones, condominiums, and apartments. And that's what we need in the city, and that's what the 103rd District Community Plan also recognized, that we need some housing options within this area of Leawood to serve a population so that they can stay here. The empty nesters, the baby boomers who want to not take care or maintain a large single-family home and but would like to stay within the community of Leawood, and so this gives them housing options. And then I think finally here I would just close with, there was questions on whether or not or what the impact might be on the surrounding single-family homes if we built the project, added apartment units to this area of the city, and there's concern by the residents that this might impact their property values of their homes, and we get it, we understand that, but we don't think that's reflective in what will happen. And we did submit a report that's been criticized, the report that I submitted relative to the Salt Lake County study. That also referenced some other studies which we talked about, and I think there's differences you can find and point out about Leawood and those markets that were studied. We don't think they're significant differences, but I would really go back to the letter and the information you've gotten from the Johnson County appraiser on that particular issue, that they aren't finding any negative impact on single-family homes from these kinds of projects. And again, I would ask you to give credibility to the local governmental officials who study and know this market very well here in Johnson County, and it's their opinion, their expert opinion, that there wouldn't be any impact on single-family homes from our project. So with that, I would close and thank you for your time. It's been, you've really put a lot of time and effort into it. The whole city has. We're hoping that we can get a vote, hopefully in our favor tonight. I counted all the meetings, Planning Commission and City Council. This is number 13, I think, if I'm right. So everybody, and not just you and the staff, but the residents and all of us have been doing this for a long time, and we're hoping to bring this to a conclusion tonight, whichever way it goes, but hopefully in our favor. I appreciate that. And again, if there's, I know that you're giving some time and maybe some extra time to some of the folks who want to speak earlier or later tonight here. I would ask you if there's an opportunity for us to maybe rebut any comments or to maybe correct any information if you would allow. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holland. We will be hearing from the residents next, but there will be questions for you all from the council.
Yes,
and
thank
so
you.
we
Okay.
definitely want you to stick around, please. Mr. Sippel, did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just wondered, Could we have a printout of that last slide you showed, the Cameron's Court facts? That's a summary of all your positions, basically. Is that, I don't think that's in our packet.
We will make it available to you, and I apologize that, I actually think I have a copy of it. If you'd want one, I can give you a hard copy now.
If you could give it to the clerk and
Yeah.
she could get us copies, that would be very helpful.
Yes, and I appreciate that, and we can get extra copies if you'd like later. Oh, here you go.
You want to make copies of it? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Sippel, it's the bulleted list you'd like. Is that correct?
Yes, but we'll all want it.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
everyone, yes.
While we're at it, could we also get that sheet that had the, I believe Mr. Clover
The
had it.
summary? I'm sorry.
It was, like.
The
Then
changes.
and now.
Option 1 and 2.
The
No, it was
currently and formerly and.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead and give that. to me.
thanks.
And we'll be happy to put that
Got
back.
my notes on it, so hopefully you can read architecture.
That's okay.
And we can put that back up on the screen if you'd like to, anytime.
It didn't have the revised numbers.
That's okay.
I handwrote those in because I figured it out this
Yeah.
afternoon before I came here.
But,
You can wait to send it a clean copy to us if you want, like an email.
He'll make a copy of it.
Okay.
The numbers are under there. There's just a slight difference, and they're all still legal.
Thank you.
go. There we go.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. All right, we will now move into the citizens who have signed in to speak on this issue, and we do have a little modification in our typical procedures that this governing body discussed at our last city council meeting. It was requested by Rachel Rubin. We discussed it, we all agreed to it. So for those citizens that may be here and are wondering what is going on, I'm going to call on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people initially who are going to defer their 3 minutes. I would like you to come forward, state your name and your address for the record, and simply state that you are deferring, and you will be deferring to Woody Bendel, Chad Summers, and Rachel Rubin. And when those 3 people speak, I would like them to state their name and address as they speak. But these first, this group of 6, I would like you to do it one after another, and I'm going to call on you entirely so you can be prepared to line up and come in and do so. And we won't start, there's been a commitment to not take more than 25 minutes. We won't start the timer till everyone has introduced themselves, so you don't have to be concerned about that. So I have Kim Schaefer, Zach Miller, Terry Doer, Martha Estrada Robinson, Mark Casey, and Mike Perry. And if you'll come into the room and state into the microphone, please, your name and your address and the fact that you are deferring your time, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Kim Schaefer, live at 3301 West 132nd Street, and I'm deferring my time.
Thank you.
Zach Miller, 3301 West 132nd Street, and I'm deferring my time.
Thank you.
Terry Doer, 2211 West 132nd Street, and I'm deferring my time.
Thank you.
Mark Casey, 2204 Condoleezza Terrace, and I'm deferring my time.
Thank you.
Mike Perry, 3210 West 138th Street, and I am deferring my time.
All right, thank you.
Mike Hargens, 3097 West 132nd Place. I'm deferring my time, but taking the place of Mrs. Strada, who just left sick.
All right, and your name again, sir?
Mike Hargens.
Mike Hargens. In one moment, and I'll get your address again, please.
3097 West 132nd Place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we hope Miss Robinson gets better. So thank you. All right, and with those deferments, I'm going to call on the three people to whom their time has been provided and ask that you will come forward and state your name and begin your presentation. It will actually be Woody Bindle, Chad Summers, and Rachel Rubin. And if you would introduce yourselves as you speak, so just one at a time, please. And I believe Woody Bindle might be the first one speaking, perhaps.
Mayor, are there extra speakers after these three?
Yes. Yes, there are.
Good evening.
Good
I'm actually
evening.
going first. I hope you don't mind.
All right, and you'll introduce yourself, please.
Wonderful. My name is Chad Summers. I live at 2608 West 131st Street. Thank you to everybody that ceded their time. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. When I left here on December 6th, I had a list of disappointments, but I had one overwhelming concern, and that was that during that night's proceedings, the applicant's team stood in this chamber and baselessly mischaracterized the work that the residents had done as misinformation that should be dismissed, and that there were members of this very body who indicated that they held that same belief. And so tonight, Mr. Bendel is going to present a thorough review of the relevant data that forms the economic foundation of our concerns so that you can see the reasonability of our doubts. And then Ms. Rubin, using the golden criteria, is going to show you a defensible pathway out. On behalf of the 1,800 folks that have signed that petition and asked that you deny this application, please listen with an open mind.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Summers.
Thank you.
Good evening. Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, thank you, and good evening, everybody. My name is Brad Bendel. You are welcome to call me Woody if you would like. I live at 13012 Pawnee Lane in Leawood here, and that's in the Waterford subdivision. I've lived here with my family in Leawood for the last 14 years. I have a master's degree in economics from Florida State University, and over the years, I have analyzed a number of large and very complex things very similar to the matter that's been discussed this evening. A few weeks ago, I reached out to the neighborhood to see if I could lend some of my skills to help bring some empirical clarity, if that's possible, to this effort that's at hand. This next slide is ultimately an outline of the things that I'm going to be covering off during this evening's conversation. And so without belaboring and allowing you to read this on your own, I'm going to dive right on in.
Ross, can you show the screen, please? The laptop.
Are we still up?
Yep.
Okay. All right, this slide here really is no new news, but the big takeaway here is at the end of the day, when this thing is all said and done in 8 to 10 years' time, we're going to be looking at 87 buildings in residential buildings, 833 units and 1,204 bedrooms, and a handful of square footage for retail and office. Now this is where we start getting into some of the important points. The first thing that I want to point out on this slide is that 2/3 of the rental units that are currently being planned are only going to be one-bedroom units. This is something that has changed over time and will likely continue to change if the trends are going to bear out. Nothing like this exists in Leawood, and that proportion is completely out of alignment based on market demand. And only 28% of the rental units in the city of Leawood are one-bedroom. And it completely flies in the face of the development team's own expert recommendation, as you can see here at the bottom right of this slide. But assuming this thing gets built the way they say that it's going to be built, and that's a big if, but if they do what they're saying, this will be a 45% increase in the rental units and nearly a 120% increase in one-bedroom units in the city. So how many people? We just heard the applicants talk about this a little bit. And it's a wide range, right? They're proposing somewhere on the order of 1,195, and they reference the 2,300 number. With such a wide range, this is something that I wanted to dig in because this actually is an area of my expertise, being very, very familiar with the census data. So first, given the complex is going to be planned for having over 1,200 bedrooms, it's highly unlikely that there will be less than 1,200 people living here. It's just not plausible. So using census data for the city of Leawood, that details the average number of residents in owner and renter occupied units. We are looking at slightly more than 1,900 people prospectively living in Cameron's Court. So drilling into that 1,932 number just a little bit further, we know that 25% of Leawood's residents are under the age of 18. So it's completely unreasonable to assume that there will only be 10 to 20 kids living in this complex. That's an absurd assertion. Using the data from the census, and again, specific to the city of Leawood, we see that the average renter-occupied unit has 0.46 kids, and the average owner-occupied unit has 0.69 kids. Then if we further stipulate that none of the one-bedroom units will have any kids whatsoever, we're still looking at the prospect of more than 200 youth under the age of 18 living in this community. Let's move quickly into the traffic study, and I'm going to spend just a couple minutes on this. And I don't know if you've looked at the whole thing, but there are 414 pages, and there's a lot of great data in the appendices that have not been shared in the general report that I recommend you take a look at. There's some really useful information in this thing, but it also begs an awful lot of questions. For starters, the report says that the new development is going to add more than 21,000 trips to the surrounding streets every day. But digging into the data in the appendices, I can't for the life of me get there with their data. I know that it's in the table on page 4, but the raw data in the appendices only show the volumes at the AM and PM peak hours. It does not provide the traffic levels for the other parts of the day. So I can't get to the 21,000 to confirm that that's a reasonable number. The report also points out a number of things that we need to be mindful of. Right now, there are several intersections in this community, turns and street side movements that are rated as being unacceptable in terms of wait times, queue lengths. This is now. This is before this thing even gets built. So fast forward into the future, and what can we expect? It's important to note that the study recommends a number of really significant road and intersection enhancements. Some of these are laid out and already contemplated by the city in some of their plans. And some of these are actually part of the Cameron's Court plan. But a number of the more significant enhancements are contained here in the first bullet point, and these are not in the budget at this point in time, going all the way out into 2026. Those improvements right there are going to be millions and millions of new capital dollars that we have to find. Also, their models predict that traffic and wait times will be acceptable, and in a number of cases, even better than they are now with the new development, if, and again, this is a big if we adopt all of the recommended improvements that they have laid out for us. But they also continue to point out that a number of left turns and side street movements are going to continue to be bad. So they're bad now, they're just going to get worse. A few additional things worth noting. First, the study does not report on any potential impacts to traffic in and out of Price Chopper, which I feel is kind of a miss, right? We all go in and out of there on a regular basis, and how do you kind of keep that out of the study when it's in the study area? Second, we don't have a sense as to how much time might be added to our daily commutes or trips with all of these new intersections, traffic lights, and cars on the surrounding streets. And this would really be useful information as an economist, because I could begin to quantify the lost value of all of the time all of us are going to be spent sitting in our cars because of all this added traffic. The last point I want to make on traffic is related to some of the changes that were highlighted earlier but not necessarily spoken to. The plan has removed Chadwick on the north side of the complex at 133rd, which would affect traffic at High Street, I suspect. And there is a new in and out drive on the south side on 135th Street between Chadwick and Pawnee. These modifications are not analyzed in the November traffic study by Trans Systems, and I think they probably ought to be looked at. So let's move on to home values. This is something that a lot of people have talked about. I have a lot of concern about it myself, but let me just state right now, this is an area, this is actually my master's thesis, so I've got some pretty good experience in this stuff. There is no easy answer. A couple points that I want to make on this page. There are well-known and well-accepted methodologies for determining the drivers of a home's value. The types of things listed under the second bullet point, and many of these reviewed studies that I've looked at just aren't relevant. You know, every community, every neighborhood is going to be unique and different, and the things that are being cited just aren't relevant to us. So let's talk real quick about the referenced Utah study. First, we all know Salt Lake City and Kansas City are not the same. As you can see from the homes and neighborhoods that were analyzed, they are certainly not comparable to Leawood or zip code 66209. Not even close. The homes in Leawood are 82% higher in home value. They are 39% larger in terms of square footage, and they are sitting on lots that are 90% larger than what the studies were looking at in Salt Lake City. There is no basis for comparison. One last point that I want to point out here with respect to the study. The study looked at, over a period of 9 or 10 years, 95 plus different, and you see this in the map on the bottom left, 95 different studies, complexes that were being developed. None of them were of the same size of what we're looking at here for Cameron's Court, not even close. And the other complexity that I want to point out is with this map on the right. This is a half-mile buffer zone around the proposed development complex. And it just underscores how complex something like this is going to be. We know specifically what's going on with this neighborhood, our neighborhood. We know that it's currently agricultural, and we know that it's typically medium to low density, suburban, wealthy, affluent population surrounding it. We have no idea the market conditions in any of the neighborhoods where these apartment complexes in Salt Lake City were placed. My son actually went to college out in Salt Lake City at the University of Utah, so I'm pretty familiar with that market as well. All right, so now let's get into the demand for services. We know that we're on the home stretch here, and I've just got a few more slides, and I want to point out a few more things. And this is something that is of great importance to all of us. But let me point out right now that the city's budget this year is $75 million. That's about $2,200 for every person who lives here in the community. And if you do the math, if you just apply that to the 2,000 people that are going to live in this complex, that's $4.2 million. That's a ludicrous number. It's never going to be that. But there are going to be incremental expenses associated with having these people. There are going to be increases in demand for services. And if you look at, I'm going to skip to the next slide here for the sake of time. One of the things we do know is that if we don't make any changes, that there will be increases in demands for services on the individuals who will be performing these services. And so what we as a community have to ask is, are we willing to accept lower levels of service? So now for the fun stuff. In the world I live in, this is what it all boils down to, dollars and cents. So what will this development mean to all of us as a community and to the city of Leawood? Building on the prior two slides, if we were to maintain the same levels of service, firefighters and EMTs, as well as a few more police officers are going to be needed. At today's rates, this would be north of $800,000 a year annually. And we're not considering any of the other departments that we would have to think about. Keep in mind that the city currently has about 8.9 employees per 1,000 citizens. And if we were to just use that ratio, we would need to add 17 or 18 more people to accommodate the 2,000 more people that are coming. At $113,000 per employee, that's nearly $2 million a year. That's a big, big expense. So where does this all net out? I'm going to fast forward to the punchline. This is a big project. And what does all this mean? What does all the analysis mean that I pulled together? Well, we don't really know. There are a number of things that I can point to with relative certainty or some reasonableness, such as the 1.79 for the street impact fees that are going to come and the art impact fees, et cetera. We know that we're going to have about $900,000 more in property taxes. We know that we're going to have to pay at least $800,000 for police and fire, but that's not in looking at all the other areas. But what are we going to generate from sales tax? What are we going to generate from tickets and fines? But what are we going to expend in terms of other city departments, road improvements, and other things like that? There are a lot of question marks sitting on this page, and with a project of this size, of this magnitude, and of this importance, there should be 0 question marks on this page. All of this stuff can be quantified, 100% of it, and I would ask that it get quantified before we make a decision one way or another. You can dismiss any of the stuff or all the stuff that I presented this evening, but what I would ask is hopefully it's provided some food for thought as you consider your decision, and maybe one of the decisions you make is we should get rid of those question marks on this page. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bendel. Rachel Rubin. All right, there's 9 minutes left, Ms. Rubin, I've just been told. So if you could state your name and address, please.
My name is Rachel Rubin. I live at 3105 West 132nd Street in Leawood.
Thank you.
Based on the Kansas Supreme Court decision in Golden versus City of Overland Park, there is ample information on the record to deny this rezoning application. A Golden analysis should be made without consideration of thinly veiled threats of litigation by the attorneys for Mr. Odo and the landowner, Mr. Rainier. The Golden case states that a court may not substitute its judgment for the judgment of the governing body. And the Golden case also states that there's a presumption that the governing body acted reasonably. So please do not succumb to threats made by the applicant's team, as the Golden factors lead to a denial of application number 4920 as it's currently presented. The first Golden criteria that I want to go over is the character of the neighborhood and the zoning and uses of property nearby. The character of the neighborhood surrounding Cameron's Court is predominantly residential. Nearly all of the longest portion of the property along the northern border is single-family residential. Therefore, this factor favors rezoning to single-family residential or lower-density villas for the western tracts and not mixed use. As such, this factor supports denial of the application as it's currently presented. The next Golden factor is the suitability of property for uses to which it has been restricted under existing zoning. So let's review the current zoning. On the east side, you have Tract 5, which is planned office SDO, and it's been zoned SDO since 1975. On the west side, we have Tract 2, also planned office SDO since 1975. Also on the west side, we have Tracts 1, 3, and 4 zoned agricultural. Given that the owner and developer are proposing commercial and office structures for Tract 5 on state line, the current zoning of SDO or planned office is not unduly restrictive. The current zoning for tracts 1, 3, and 4 as agricultural on the western side is admittedly not the highest and best use. However, the owner's own feasibility study by RCLCO identifies the highest and best use for the property. And they give the following statement from their 2019 report. For sale, single-family detached, single-family attached twin villas, and relatively low density, 2 to 3 story, residential land uses represent the highest and best use. The study further states that the demand for retail or professional office space in the foreseeable future will be satisfied by other nearby developments. And that's on page 4 of RCLCO study. They also define the foreseeable future as between the next 10 and 20 years. The golden factors do not require rezoning to accommodate a project that is not feasible by admission of the landowner. This factor also supports denial of the application. The next factor, the extent to which removal of restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property. Rezoning for a project that is not feasible will subject nearby property owners to the blight of vacant office and retail space. There already exists a glut of empty commercial and retail to the north and east of the property. Further, the landowner has had the opportunity to develop commercial properties along Tract 5 on State Line for decades. The landowner and developer claim that if we build it, apartments, they will come, commercial and retail. This is belied by their own feasibility study, which makes it clear, even in pre-pandemic times, the land was unsuited for commercial development. Even their own expert confesses that they will never be able to build what is contemplated by their plan. The applicant's attempt to rezone the western tracts 1, 3, and 4 as mixed use is a fiction that they want you to believe. 98.4% of the western tracts are residential, and the attempt to use future commercial and retail on Tract 5 on the east is not feasible, per RCLCO. And please remember, only under mixed use can they cram in 4 four-story apartment buildings with more than 77 units each. Even under RP4 zoning, the developer would be limited to no more than 3 stories and no more than 12 units per building. The next factor, the length of any vacancy on the property. Let's query, should a landowner be allowed to sit and collect rents on farmland for decades, pay minimal taxes, make no effort to develop planned office, and then claim that the passage of time favors their rezoning application? The answer should be no. The landowner may have chosen not to develop the property and simply to allow it to appreciate while paying negligible taxes. The Johnson County appraised value of all 5 tracts, 116 acres, is $41,510 as of December of 2021. The actual taxes paid on the same 5 tracts is $45,738 per year, and that includes a special assessment by Johnson County Wastewater. This factor supports denial of the application. The next factor, the relative gain to public health, safety, and welfare compared to the loss of value or hardship on the applicant. The landowner's right to use the property is undisputed, and the residents do not object to development of the land. So the question is, what is the appropriate use for the property? This goes back to the landowner's own expert report, which concluded the highest and best use was single-family detached, single-family attached villas, and relatively low-density 2 to 3 story residential land uses. There is no hardship on the applicant to develop the land to its highest and best use. This factor favors denial as well. The next golden factor, opposition or support of the proposed change by neighboring residents. This factor overwhelmingly suggests that the application should be denied. As Councilmember Kane noted at the December 6th governing body meeting, there has never been this level of opposition, of community opposition to a proposed development in Leawood. The opposition has been evidenced by petitions, by letters, by public comments, and by surveys taken by HOAs over the past 2 years. Resident petitions have garnered 2,177 signatures by over 1,797 individual residents, almost 1,800 individual residents. And the opposition has grown exponentially over time. The Waterford and Wilshire Place HOAs boards have formally objected to the rezoning for Cameron's Court. And just last month, the Enclaves HOA board went through a complete turnover of new board members and a new president. Not one adjacent homes association is on the record in favor of Cameron's Court. This factor clearly favors denial of the application. The final factor, impact on community facilities. The city must request a financial impact assessment on a project of this magnitude, rather than taking the developer's untested claims at face value. The consequences to our community are unprecedented. Mr. Bendel just spoke quite eloquently about the anticipated population increases from Cameron's Court and the impact on police and fire and parks and libraries and schools. And what about wireless communication availability in Leawood? That's already an existing problem. Rob Groves will speak to you in detail later about the overpopulation of the Blue Valley North feeder elementary schools and the condition of decrepit mobile units that are currently being used for student learning by the Blue Valley School District. You've seen photos of those mobile units. In conclusion, we implore you to remember that the Golden Case states that a court may not substitute its judgment for the judgment of the governing body. That is what Golden stands for. And there is the presumption that the governing body acted reasonably. So please do not govern based on fear. This is not what we elected you to do in our great city of Leawood. We expect better than that, and we know that's what you want as well. Please do not succumb to any threats made by the applicant's team regarding litigation, as the Golden factors support denial of application 4920 as currently presented. You are on solid ground. One final thing is that the fact that staff and the Planning Commission recommended the approval of this plan is not dispositive under Golden. There are many other factors that I've gone over. All of them support denial of the application. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rubin. I'm now going to begin calling 3 citizens at a time so that we can be prepared when you are up to speak. Dennis Palmer, John Kelly, I believe will be via Zoom, and Dwayne Opfer.
Good evening. My
Good
name is
evening.
Dennis Palmer. I live at 13100 Canterbury here in Leawood. Well, we're here again. This is a very important decision, as you all know. It affects probably the largest undeveloped tract in all of Leawood. We want to get it right. I know you want to get it right. Certainly the community of Leawood wants it right because it's going to affect not only what happens today and now, but future requests for rezoning and redevelopment of 135th. Many of you know very well the 135th development plan. Some of you were on the plan and determined it and established it. Many, and the rest of you I know are very much in detail. We believe this proposal does not comply with that plan. We know it doesn't comply with the code. I was a little bit, and I'll be brief. I know I'm on a very short leash, so I'll try to keep it short. Mr. Logan stood up before you the last time we were here, I think about a month ago, and said the Golden factors. I think I'm going to get his words right. Compel approval. That's not right. Ms. Rubin just went through a lot of the reasons why it's not right, but the most important reason it's not right is you all, the governing body of Leawood, by your code, have established that you make the final determination. You are the gatekeeper for the citizens of Leawood as to what gets developed in your city, and our city, our great city, our beautiful city. We do not believe that this proposal in any way is compliant with the city code. I have sent 2 letters along with John Kelly and I set out specifically some of the reasons why I don't believe it's in compliant with the Land Development Code. My letter of, and John's letter, let me get the dates. I apologize, should have them on the tip of my tongue. 11/19 last year, and then the most recent 12/21. We go through the various reasons why we believe this proposal doesn't fit the code. In summary, it doesn't fit the code, and I've been through their modified. That modification is de minimis. I think you can all see there were very few changes. They were all very modest, maybe 1% or less than 1% decrease in the overall number of units. I mean, it's nothing. It's still what it is. It's high residential, mostly apartments, a good percentage of apartments. All development is lopped off on the east end. It's a mess. There is no uniformity at all. There's no compliant with the 135th Development Plan of a town center concept. This does not meet that. So in summary, I would ask that you consider your requirements and the criteria in the code as to whether this proposal meets an identified community need. It does not meet it. It's high density, it's apartments. We've got apartments all over the place, and you all just approved some apartments going up not very far from this. It's a mess. Does it impair the use of residents? We've shown in our other submissions that it does not. I mean, it will impair. And the through traffic on those side streets, there has been no study done, no traffic study done on what's going to happen on High.
Mr. Palmer, could you wrap up in the next sentence,
on High
please?
Drive and 132nd Street, which I'm very much concerned with, and the degree of harmony between the architectural quality and proposed buildings and the surrounding neighborhoods. We've got evidence this does not meet those criteria, and for that reason alone, you ought to reject this plan, and I ask you to do so. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Palmer. John Kelly, Dwayne Offer, and then Dan Goldberg, and I think Dan is also on Zoom. And John Kelly is on Zoom, is what my note says.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And could you state your address too, please? Your name and address.
Yes, John Kelly. I live at 12800 Howe Drive in Leawood.
Okay, thank you.
I'm currently serving as the president of the Waterford Homes Association. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight and for the work the governing body and city staff do for the city. The Cameron Court plan is, in its essence, a high-density residential development with minimum ratios of commercial business and retail content. Although technically allowed by the LDO for mixed-use zoning, the commercial and retail content will really only practically have capacity to serve the new population of the development. And this content is planned in the later stages. Several of the current government body and city staff were involved in the preparation of the 135th Street plan in 2013. This plan was prepared with existing Leawood plans and codes in mind. One of these, the 2010 comprehensive plan, indicated, ironically, the goals of broadening the city's tax base away from residential property taxes and providing additional parks and trails. The city is now considering approving a plan that only minimally satisfies the intent of the LDO and comprehensive plans. In addition, the city has made no apparent follow-up planning for impacts of possible 135th Street high-density residential development on traffic, parks, and schools. Concrete examples of these impacts are substantial. The city staff own projection that Cameron Court will increase 135th Street traffic by 75%, and full 135th Street development in Leawood would further increase traffic on 135th by another 100% by 2040. The traffic study, with all due respect to the preparer, does not include any projection of full build-out of 135th Street development in Leawood like Cameron's Court, which is going to, and Cameron's Court plan is going to set a precedent for the rest of the 135th Street build-out. There are also very high current local school enrollments, and there's no new city park being planned that we've been made aware of. The developer has made little effort to reduce the density of this plan since the beginning. The Cameron's Court plan will set a precedent for additional developments, and we request the governing body reject the plan and the governing body restart a planning effort for sustainable 135th Street growth as originally intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Dwayne Opfer, Dan Goldberg, and John Moffett.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Ofer. I'm the Vice President of the Wilshire Place HOA. I'm also going to try to speak to my own sentiments tonight. So if you'll allow me to do so, I'll present the neighborhood concerns and then kind of go into my own concerns that might go over 3, but I won't abuse your patience. All right, first off, our biggest and most primary concern, 13205 Canterbury Road. Our primary concern is the density. You were shown a slide up there. Mr. Sipple, you asked for that slide, and it shows that there's been a 118 unit reduction over time. However, I want to point out that's from August 30th, 2021. I want to point you back to October 5th, 2020 in your own packet, in the governing body packet. There are a total of 718 units in that, or sorry, 833 units in that one. So we're still looking at the current density is still 115 more units in the original plan that you denied on October 5th, 2020 and stated that was being too dense. Also, just doing the math on what Mr. Bendel talked about, you know, several of us residents were talking about the 10 times number, and I know Councilman Kane, you kind of clarified that a little bit, but where we got that from was the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission said 2.3 per dwelling, but just simply doing the math on what Mr. Bendel talked about the 1,932 residents, you're still looking at 8 1/4 times the average density of Leawood. Either way, if you look at the change from the last meeting to now, you're talking about 10 total units, and you're still over about 115 more units than you denied on October 5th, 2020. We agreed, the neighborhood, our board of directors agreed with the suggestion of moving the 4-story apartments and shortening. Neither one of those happens. That's also a significant sticking point for the neighborhood. Green space. Right now, we've got a world-class park at Geezer. We all know that. And it's used by all the neighboring communities, and it's often at capacity. Our primary concern is, you know, you've heard in several meetings now about all the green space that the current plan is bringing to the table. If you look at that green space, you've got retention ponds, you've got wetlands, part of which are on the church property. You really have Chadwick Park, which is 1.5 acres, something to that effect, and then you have a central park between some of the L-shaped 4-story buildings that are not really accessible to the rest of Leawood, not centrally located, different things like that. What we're trying to say is there's going to be a significant demand on Geezer Park that's simply insufficient for the demand there. This plan is probably one of the most ambitious plans, if not so, in all the Kansas City area in the last 10 years. I would like you to point out that those are being built by highways where you have the ability to handle all the throughput, different things like that. Simply put, you're going to see a significant strain of resources on our significant strain on our resources and amenities. It's been stated many times before, but it's a position of our HOA that it's still not mixed use. I know that Mrs. Rubin talked about that. And basically, we have unverifiable promises that something else will be built here. If you look at the type of mixed use there, the 2% that's going to be immediately south of us, it doesn't have anything that's going to draw the residents of Leawood to it. Again, this is supposed to complement, there's not the restaurants, there's not all the different things that we'd like to see there, that we send all of our tax money over to Overland Park, driving down 135th to go use those amenities. It doesn't bring any of that to the table. Transitioning to my thoughts, I shared Mr. Summers' comments. I'll be brief. I know that was the 3 minutes for the Wilshire Place discussion. The quasi-court analogy that was thrown out several times that, you know, that there's you guys are obviously the adjudicators of this. Well, I shared the same sentiment in that Mr. Holland and Mr. Odo were given 30 minutes to go up there and basically attack everything we said. Case in point, that 2.3 number that came out of Mr. Odo's own traffic study and also was stated in the Planning Commission meeting by the City Council. The private park discussion with Mr. Osmond and Mr. Odo. Mr. Logan never said that that was a a private park or anything like that. The concern that was said in the meeting between the city and members of different HOAs is that you have a park centrally located between 4 L-shaped buildings and it's not usable for the residents, kind of thing. But what ended up happening out of that was you were all left with this idea that we're all misinformed. I'm going to tell you right now that we're greatly informed, and it's not because we're, know so much more than everyone else. This is in our back door, and we've been paying attention to this process since the very beginning. We're just simply passionate about our own community here. This is kind of a two-way street, too. Councilwoman Philly, you talked a lot about how, and several of you echoed the same sentiment, that it's one of these things that you'd like to see how much involvement there's been in this process. And it's because we're passionate about it. It's because it's our community. You've got 1,800 people saying no to this. And it's one of those things, if you want us to be engaged, if you want us to be involved, we need to, to know that you guys are going to act in our own best interest, going to represent our interests. It's kind of those things. So I'd like to walk away from tonight knowing that you guys have our best interests in hand, that 1,800 of your citizens have said no to this. And finally, our HOA board, I know that Mrs. Rubin talked about it. We actually had a huge changeover in Wilshire Place. We have 6 new board members out of 7. We have spots that are filled. Our community's engaged on it. Mr. Holland talked early. He didn't know what the percentage was in our neighborhood. When we did our study, it was 80.67% opposed, 7% at the time were in favor of it, and the rest were unsure. My closing point is simply this. If you were at 80 or 85% last time, there's only a 10-unit reduction. There's still 115 more units than the original plan that came before you that you denied. This plan is still too dense for our community. And like Mr. Kelly said, I look forward to working with you moving forward to come up with a plan that works for Wilshire Place, works for Waterford and Enclave. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopfer. Dan Goldberg, John Moffett, and Kathy Kelly. And I think Dan Goldberg's via Zoom. Yes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, and if you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
Dan Goldberg, and I live at 3089 West 132nd Place. You all know the deep flaws in this project because I've said them repeatedly. You've heard them from others. So I'm not going to go there again tonight. I've heard your concerns as a city council. And so this has been a unique process to listen to your all concerns, your ambivalence about this project. You're conflicted as a body. And the developers simply failed to address your concerns. Based on those concerns, your vote tonight should be easy. I think your inability to deny this proposal based on this backdrop would raise serious concerns, not only about this project, but about this body. It would set a dangerous precedent to other future flawed proposals is all you have to do is flex your might against the city, and eventually you'll get your way. I think what's been maybe most concerning in watching this process is that there's been this pretending that this proposal's gotten better, and there's been some patting on the backs of the developers on themselves saying, oh, this has gotten so better. And even the city council is saying, wow, this has been vastly improved. That's just demonstrably false. And there's some sort of idea here that some new statistic or new term of kitschiness about apartments and who owns them or how they're going to be built is going to make this better. It won't. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of apartments. No matter how you slice it or dice it, it's a terrible proposal. It's gotten only worse. And so this notion that somehow these developers are going to persuade you, who we've heard is deeply flawed and concerned that this is a good proposal, would be deeply concerning. And I don't know if you all read the Kansas City Star, but there's been another deeply flawed proposal in the paper involving the city of Mission, and it's the Mission Ball. That was torn down 15 years ago, and they're still dealing with that blighted property 15 years later. I don't want to be here 15 years later, and I know you all don't want to remember as a body or as individuals in this community of someone that took a virgin property and made it into a blight. I think the only acceptable outcome tonight is a vote of no that restores dignity in the city of Leawood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. John Moffett, Kathleen Kelly, and Michael McQueenie. I think John Moffett is in person. Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm Mike McQueenie. Can I take my mask off?
Yes, are the other two not here?
John Moffett left. He had an engagement he had to go to.
Okay, and what about Kathleen Kelly?
Don't know.
She's
anything
on
about her.
Zoom, I believe.
Okay.
I mean, she was signed in ahead of you, that's
Oh,
why.
I'm happy to wait. I just wanted to
Okay.
let you know about John Moffett.
All right, thank you for that. I don't know if Kathleen Kelly, are you?
I am present.
All right, so we
Can you
will
hear
come-
me?
Yes, and we'll come to you momentarily, sir. Thank you. Yes, if you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
Kathleen Kelly, 12800 Howell Drive, Leawood, Kansas.
Thank
Tonight, we
you.
have a David and Goliath scenario. Nearby citizens and homeowners' goal is to maintain the quality of life, the property values, and the safety of all in the area, particularly the many children. The powerful landowner and developer had proposed a massive residential development on the western tract of the subdivision. I believe your role is to represent your constituents and protect your citizens and taxpayers from harms. I continue to request the denial of the rezoning application, the preliminary plan and preliminary plat for Cameron's Court, case 4920. Many on the dais began their journey to this evening with the 135th Vision meetings at Ironwoods Park, funded by a Sustainable Cities grant. This development does not create the town center marketplace concept or meet the promise, intent, and goals for 135th Street outlined by the LDO and the 135th Street plan. The landowner study has already been mentioned, the RCLCO that shows higher and better uses. So yes, as it relates to the golden criteria, the landowner will not be denied the opportunity for a commercial transaction when this rezoning request is not approved. As noted, other home types have higher viability than the high-density 4-story residential apartments. Outside development factors, possibly including a glut of available property of the same kind, financing difficulties, and holding property for future appreciation may have contributed to the landowner's length of ownership. The proposed high-density development would diminish livability, safety, quality of life, and property values to the surrounding neighborhoods. I'd like to highlight some traffic issues, pardon me. The city well knows the longstanding traffic issues in the area. The combination of the city traffic rules and the nuances of the Mission Trail carpool lane have created this problem. In the late 2000s, when Price Chopper was under construction, the city promised to route MTA carpool traffic to the arterial 133rd. Although the city implemented this, the city later broke the promise. General traffic now utilizes 132nd high and high at peak times rather than the 133rd arterial to avoid the delays of 2 stoplights, school speed zones, and the school pedestrian crossing. Compounding this, at peak, MTA school traffic from 4 neighborhoods crowd 132nd Street. And why? Because the city traffic rules and school carpool lane permit only entry from southbound Mission Road. There's no way to enter from the 133rd Arterial Street or northbound Mission Road because no left turn is allowed. To further add to the issue, Mission Trail Elementary does not provide sufficient on-site carpool lanes. So traffic backs up Mission Road and on residential streets on both sides of Mission. 132nd Street residents now experience 165 cars hourly during a peak period, 2.65 cars per minute. This is not safe for kids getting off and on the bus, biking, or scootering to school. Like adding kerosene to a smoldering fire, it would be irresponsible to add the large number of proposed residences in the proposed development to this area. what will the harms to residents be? Children who walk and bike to Mission Trail Elementary would be detrimentally affected. And parents may decide that future walking and biking is unsafe, perhaps resulting in even more car traffic. Elementary, middle, and high school bus riders would face safety issues when walking, loading, and unloading at bus stops. The increased traffic would decrease property values on 132nd Street and High Drive. So I'm asking you, as our governing body, to vote with David and deny Goliath and protect your citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Michael McQueenie, Rob Groves, and Brett Vaughn.
Mayor, can I ask how many people signed in? I don't think I heard that earlier.
After Brett Vaughn, there will be 4 additional speakers.
Thank you.
So I don't really have a number after, let's see. Well, because so many deferred, so.
Sure, thank you.
Sure.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm Mike McQueenie, a longtime resident of Leawood, moved out here in 1985. I've been here continuously and continue to reside at 14723 Norwood Street in Leawood.
Thank you.
I, for one, am tired of driving by this mud pit for 36 years. And I richly think the council should consider a developer who's from this neighborhood, who cares about this neighborhood, who's well invested in this neighborhood. He's got lots of friends in this neighborhood. I personally lived in one of his complexes. They're very, very well run all across the city. They are judgment of what, their market judgment of what products they will build that will be marketable and usable. They've done their own studies. I'm not going to get into the technical aspects of these things, but not all of us as citizens are activists. I really compliment the opposition's organization and their facts and figures, and I hope that we get to all these technical matters resolved. But just as one of the silent people out there, would really like to see this development go through, and I've been waiting 36 years to see a development plan in this neighborhood. And this looks like a really good one. It's from a guy that's local, and he's got success all over the city. So I encourage you to approve this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McQueenie. Rob Groves, Brett Vaughn, and Gareth Matthews.
I'll just click on it when I'm ready, I guess. Happy New Year, everybody. My name is Rob Groves. I live at 2757 West 131st Terrace. I appreciate your continued attention to this matter. I'm here to talk to you tonight about the Blue Valley School District. It's a subject which cannot possibly be discussed in 3 minutes worth of time. When thinking of, and I also want to acknowledge, of course, this is an issue that obviously goes beyond your municipal jurisdiction, and I respect that fact. When thinking and talking about this issue, I feel like it's appropriate to look at it from, I think we have 4 different points of view: the City of Leawood, the Blue Valley School District, Mr. Odo and his team, and of course residents. And I think of it, talking to you guys about this is kind of like standing in the middle of a rainstorm, and everybody's got an umbrella, except for the residents. We are relying upon you to stand underneath your umbrella. We're relying upon the Blue Valley School District to stand underneath their umbrella. And when we go back and forth, we know we're gonna get wet from time to time. We know our kids are gonna get wet from time to time. But we're trying to reduce just how wet we get. So as parents raising our kids in South Leawood, we don't necessarily have a jurisdictional umbrella that we can fall back upon. And I wanted to just show a helicopter view of a little bit of what I'm talking about here this evening. Actually worked. How about that? This is school capacity utilization data. I submitted this to you guys in writing. And by the way, the Blue Valley School District, I'll give a standing objection to everything I say tonight. They don't want me to give you this presentation. They don't want to discuss this data. I don't know what the issue is, I'm unable to unlock the mystery that is the Blue Valley School District and their take on their own data. But I assure you, this is their data. They say I have it all wrong, but I'm here to show you it tonight, and you guys can be the judge. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. This is utilization data, and if you look at the 4 feeder elementary schools, which feed into Blue Valley North High School, they're all at or near or above 100% utilization capacity. That's a fact. These schools are not terribly far from each other. They're a couple miles apart if you drive. 3 of the 4 buildings of the elementary school buildings, Leawood, Overland Trail, and Valley Park, all have temporary units on their premises. Temporary units take down the school utilization capacity by a mark, 5, 6, 7%, somewhere thereabouts. So you could knock 6 or 7 or 8% off of those capacity figures if you wanted by adding in temporary mobile units. Miss Rachel Rubin sent you guys some photographs of some very unsavory looking mobile units on these properties. We're paying for our kids to be educated in trailers. The Blue Valley School District has also made a number of statements to the city of Leawood, and I bulleted those there below. In 2019, it was stated, we're seeing a regreening of South Leawood. Give me just a little bit of extra time here tonight. I've been accused of a lot, and I just want to present this data. Again, this is all Blue Valley School District data. Go down just a little bit. All these schools are expected to grow. This is according to the Blue Valley School District. Blue Valley School District's also expecting 133% utilization of Leawood Elementary School. Leawood Elementary School was rezoned with Mission Trail some years back. Will that door swing another way? I don't know. Going back to November of 2020, this issue has been used against residents to say that residents have been unreasonable. I presented to you Blue Valley School District data. You guys can do with it what you want. It's their data, it's not mine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Groves. Brett Vaughn, Gareth Matthews, and Matthew Winston.
Brett Vaughn, 2544 West 132nd Terrace, Wilshire.
Thank you.
Now, you've already heard an amazing application of the Golden analysis or the Golden factors to the case at hand. I want to very briefly discuss the Golden case and the fact pattern, why it's not applicable here, why they were reversed, and how to protect yourself from being reversed at the issue at hand. In the Golden case, the city denied landowners' application to rezone property from office building to planned retail. And one of the big problems there was that there was vacant buildings, there was blight in the area already, and it was already oversold. So they were put in a position of an impossibility where they could not utilize their land, and that changed from where it was initially zoned. Here, it's currently zoned for agriculture. The sun shines on this property the same way it did 3 decades ago, and they can grow crops on it just as well as they could then. There's no skyscrapers or anything casting shadows, making this an impossibility. In fact, they're trying to do the exact opposite of what happened in Golden. Golden was an office, zone for office, but they couldn't have office buildings because there was blight and stuff. We have office buildings around here already that are not filled, and they're wanting to switch from something that they can use their land to something they're going to have more problems using their land. Now, as far as the standard that you'll be held to is the reasonable standard. It's the lowest standard that there is. You just need to have a reasonable basis. So why did the city with Golden not have a reasonable basis? They cited things such as logos on the road. They didn't want logos on the road in Overland Park we were driving down. There were already businesses on that road with logos in their advertising. Every business has a logo. So that was an unreasonable basis. What you've heard from the citizens today are all a reasonable basis for denying this application. So the Court of Appeals had noted that the critical finding of the trial court was that the plaintiff was unable to make economically feasible use of this property under the existing zoning. Again, that is not here. What is incredibly important, though, is that you all list every reason that you have for denying this if you do deny it. The trial court looking over your decision will be bound by basically what you list. And if they're going to give them more opportunities, it's going to be the reasons that you list for denial. And so what the court said was to place in your minutes a written order delineating the evidence and the factors that you considered in arriving at your conclusion. That way the courts then have a record to review and act upon. And so I would urge you to list every single reason that you can think of if you do deny this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Gareth Matthews, Matthew Winston, and Tim Thiessen. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm Gareth Matthews. I live at 13241 High Drive. Over the past 6 months, Mr. Odo has attempted to paint himself as a sympathetic figure who has bent over backwards to give residents everything they've asked for, while also suggesting that the citizens of Leawood are a rabble whipped up into hysteria by misinformation peddled by people like myself. Please don't fall for it. Much of what Mr. Odo and his few supporters have suggested about the public's opposition has been wrong and self-serving. At first, Mr. Odo claimed the public was supportive of his project. He told the Planning Commission that 2 HOAs are supportive and 1 is mixed. You can't please everybody, I wish you could. Then there was the claim that people who weren't engaged in the process were actually using that lack of engagement to show their support for the project. And now, after the petitions, they have switched gears again and claim people signed the petition because they were deceived. One example was on December 6th, in answer to a question from Councilperson Larson. Mr. Odo claimed the 2,300 person population number for Cameron's Court was manufactured to scare people into signing a petition that he implied that otherwise would not have been signed. That is not true. Mr. Odo should know where that number came from because he attended the same September 14th meeting, the Planning Commission meeting that I attended. That 2,300 number was first mentioned and put into the record by Commissioner Coleman, using a ratio provided to the commission at that same meeting by Ricky Sanchez and Mark Klein. That's where the number came from. I'd like to make one final point. If asked, where do you live? Every resident here will tell you they live in Leawood, Kansas. They won't say I live in Ward 3 of Leawood, Kansas. They think of themselves as residents of Leawood. You all know how difficult it is to get citizens to engage in the affairs of the city. Most of us are too busy and distracted to notice what goes on in the city until it's too late. This project has been different. It took a while to get our full attention, but it took a bad plan and questionable behavior on the part of the developer to get us angry enough to put other priorities aside and engage in this issue. You now have more than 1,800 unique people from throughout Leawood who have signed petitions opposing Cameron's Court. Do not dismiss this as a Ward 3 problem. We are citizens of Leawood, and don't question road expansions in Ward 4, or storm drain work in Ward 2, or the firehouse in Ward 1. We don't question those things because we don't think in terms of wards. We think in terms of Leawood. Don't dismiss the citizens of Leawood who are overwhelmingly telling you that this project is not the right project for us and not the right project for Leawood. Support the citizens of Leawood who are overwhelmingly telling you to vote this project down because Leawood can do better and your citizens deserve better. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. We now have Matthew Winston, then Tim Thiessen via Zoom, and then our last speaker is Bob Pollock.
Good evening, Matthew Winston, 3289 West 132nd Place. Tonight, the City of Leawood will reach conclusion regarding Cameron's Court. Please consider these key points. First, I want to specifically highlight conversations at Wilshire Place. Mr. Odo reached out early to our neighborhood, attempting to open a healthy dialogue to achieve support for Cameron's Court. At every attempt, a small group of 5 to 6 homeowners blocked these efforts. On December 12, 2020, a group of about 40 homeowners met. This same small group took over the meeting with aggressive tone and bullied the meeting, resulting in a decision to not negotiate with the developer. They have continued to bully the narrative representing Wilshire Place, even extending this hold over the residents as they now run the new Wilshire Place Board of Directors. An email sent out just last week to all homeowners referenced 833 living units west of the church, which is wrong. Tonight you heard 80% of Wilshire Place is against it, according to the survey. That's wrong. In both surveys, half the homeowners didn't even take it. So I don't know how you can get to 80% if you only have half. And actually, the trend was less opposed the second survey than the first. Please remember, adjustments have been made as a result of productive communication with the residents and city staff and all of you. Less density exits onto 133rd Street, and recall some changes on the east side. There's walking paths, there's more green space throughout. Councilmember Harrison, you actually commented that the developer had finally achieved a sense of place a few meetings ago. Next, let's discuss the petition signers. I do not want to discount the quantity of signatures collected. When 1,700 or however many people do anything, it is worth noting. I will, however, spotlight the tactics used to collect the signatures. The Save Leawood website continues to claim this development will negatively impact schools, even though the public message from the school is they are prepared for any increase. Levels of service impact. Mayor Dunn, thank you for commenting on that last meeting to say that it was inaccurate. How many people signed in opposition due to the spread of this false information? Opposition signings are being held before the new plan is available. What are people even being presented when they ask to sign? An old plan or just the narrative of Stop Cameron's Court? The traffic scare is another tactic. From the beginning, the developer has pushed to keep High Drive from connecting straight through. Mayor Dunn suggested another exit onto 135th Street at the last meeting, and the developer has added just that. And the exit on Chadwick Park onto 133rd Street has been removed. Two major changes to divert traffic onto 135th Street, yet they haven't made it into the rhetoric of the opposition because clearly that doesn't get signatures. To any of you concerned with leadership by democracy, I caution you, you do not have a clear representation of the population to cast your vote on this principle. Please understand the suppression of supporters throughout this process. First, people do not generally speak up for change. Second, this has been a bullying effort of personally attacking any supporters and misinforming others to achieve what at first glance might appear to be meaningful opposition, but after understanding the tactics used is clearly lacking in quality. You, the governing body, witnessed the intimidation and intensity of opposition at the last meeting as Chad Summers burst into the governing body chambers and loudly voiced his opinion. His disrespect of the process, and I'm almost done, and disrespect of the members who asked him to leave were seen by all. This is what the residents have encountered if they attempt to support Cameron's Court. I wish you had sat in the lobby with me tonight when I came in. Please don't look for many to endure this hostility. I would, however, ask you to be bold and join us. There will always be 1,000+ who are willing to sign a petition to stop development. The question is, will there be another developer who puts together a plan to develop the land with one connected vision that achieves a sense of place? Evaluate the plan, cast your vote based on whether Cameron's Court is in line with the process and plan for Leawood. It is time to support Cameron's Court and approve it tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Tim Thiessen and then Bob Pollock. And Tim Thiessen, I understand, is on Zoom. Yes, I see you.
I am.
Yes, if
Yep.
you'll state your name and address, please.
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Tim Tyson, and I've been a resident at 4012 West 124th Street in Leawood for the past 15 years. I appreciate the opportunity tonight to speak in support of the Cameron Court proposed plan. I will make my supporting comments both simple and brief. I believe the additional housing options offered by this proposal, as well as the expansion of our tax base, will be a benefit to our community. Council, I ask that you approve this request. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak this evening, and have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. And finally, we have Bob Pollock, I believe in person. And if you could introduce yourself and your address, please.
Thank you, Mayor Dunn and Council. My name is Bob Pollock, and my address is 12300 Mohawk Lane, which is Leawood South. As much as I'd like to go unscripted after what I've heard tonight, in respect of you, I'm going to stick to my script. I think I've articulated my thoughts pretty thoroughly in the 7+ email missives I've sent you. I know you've read them, and I thank you again, by the way. I've researched this matter as well as anyone. I will present to you a summary of what I deem to be the facts worthy of consideration regarding this case. You have before you a plan that the staff, the city manager included, have recommended for approval not once, but twice. The City Planning Commission has approved this plan, and it's actually a better plan than what they voted on. The proposal does meet the LDO and MDX requirements, obviously, or it would not have come through both planning and staff. You've heard from professionals, including a prior council member that's a professional in the business last meeting. And as well, you met with the president's designee of the Chamber of Commerce that not only endorsed the proposal, but commended the planners and the developer. This does not create an issue for our school district. I think you're going to hear more about that later. In fact, Blue Valley School District is the largest benefactor, RE taxes. It will not gridlock our streets or create more cut-through traffic. I trust that you've not only looked at my letters, but the information that your staff put together. There is a piece of information on there about cut-through on High and 132 that your staff did. It will not bring crime into this community. It will not be a financial burden on our city like they say. Actually, it's the opposite. The majority of our city is not opposed to this plan, not even close. I challenge the petitioners to prove that there's even a majority in their respective subdivisions, specifically Wilshire Place and Waterford. I've asked for that data in a digital format via Excel so I can extrapolate that data. I'm not going to get it. It came through in a PDF. I'm in the largest subdivision in South Leawood with 558 homes, and we didn't even have 10% of Leawood South opposed to it, and we're like right there. We're right behind Wilshire Place. A letter from the HOA board does not mean all residents agree. I've served on the board in many capacities, and trust me, it doesn't matter. The proposal definitely addresses the diversity you've recognized as a need in our city, Mayor Dunn. Diversity long overdue based on our demographics and the times we now live in. Sorry. There are no legitimate health, safety, or welfare concerns, but rather it's a benefit to all of these, especially to the future citizens. This proposal encompasses 1/3 of the land available for development along this corridor. I suggest it offers the perfect balance in accommodating both the RP1 neighbors as well as the long-term revenue requirements for maintaining our AAA-rated city. You won't see another plan like this again for a decade or more if this isn't approved. I agree with Councilman Osmond on his justification for his nay vote on the resolution 4258. That vote was 7-1, and you need to read his justification for not approving it. I honestly don't see how you in your positions with your responsibility to this city can vote nay on this plan. I will personally respect your decision, however, and I thank you for your time as volunteers to our city.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock.
Yes, ma'am.
That concludes our citizens who have signed in to speak on this issue. And I know the applicant wanted to have a few moments, but I want to remind him that you all are waiting patiently to have your questions answered and discussion as well. So, and I know most of those questions will be for the applicant. So with that said, Mr. Odo or Mr. Holland, whoever wants to address us, if you can keep your rebuttal brief, we will have plenty of questions for you.
Yes, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council. I will be brief. You know, there was a lot of input just now from the residents and a lot in opposition. We had some supporters there. I hope you took note of that. You know, the first speaker, Mr. Bradley Bendel, presented or tried to present some economic data to you. You know, I don't want to get into all the nuts and details about all of that. You know, I think there is a difference of opinion as to what the number of persons that would be residents of Cameron's Court. And some of the things that were mentioned, that I'll just talk about, that there's some levels of services that would be increased by the project. Of course, I'm not going to deny that there wouldn't be, but we believe with all the tax revenues that would be generated by the project that those would all be paid for. I would note that the city itself had grown by approximately 3,000 people between the years 2011 and 2019. And that's what we're talking about, an 8 to 10 year time frame for this growth to occur. And it's ample time for the city to adjust and to provide what is necessary for levels of service. We do know that single-family homes don't always pay for the levels of service that are provided to the single-family homes just because the densities are lower, and the higher density developments do tend to pay more and pay for their levels of service. There was some discussion by Mr. Bindle about traffic, and you know, I noted he's an economist, I think, not a traffic expert, so I won't get into that. But there were some, I did want to mention something that wasn't mentioned earlier, and that is the concern about density and traffic, and in particular the cut-through traffic. And I wanted to remind you that there was an opportunity for the residents of Wilshire to have traffic calming improvements placed along this cut-through road, 132nd Street. And there were discussions with the city years ago, and the city residents of Wilshire, all they simply had to do was file a petition with, I think, 50 or 51 names on it, and that never came about. But in our recent discussions with the city, Mr. Odo, Goliath, has offered to pay for those traffic calming improvements with a letter of credit, subject to the residents exercising the requirement to fill out or sign the necessary petition to have that be considered by the city council and approved. And if he did that, we would have funds that we would front to pay for those improvements that would be reimbursed by the city over a 5-year period of time. So there is a method to address some of the concerns they have with respect to traffic and, you know, the concerns with cut-through traffic. I would like to just point to some comments that Ms. Rubin said with respect to our mentioning of Golden. We only bring up Golden because that's the set of criteria that are used by the city to evaluate these applications. They aren't threats of litigation. No one on our team has threatened any litigation against the city. So I wanted to make that record clear. There hasn't been any of that on our side. And so it's really inaccurate to describe our reference to the city of Golden in that manner, when really all it is a set of criteria that we have to address because it's part of your code. And so that's really all that is. The other thing, I guess, and I'll just end with this, and that's this question of MXD and what should be right or wrong for the property. You all decided when you adopted or studied the 135th Street Community Plan what this area was supposed to be developed as. And you've indicated on your comp plan that it's shown for MXD uses. I will remind you that your staff has indicated, and they're the professionals, they're the folks that you hired to address these issues, and they have indicated that it does comply with the 135th Street Community Plan and with the LDO ordinances. We heard some testimony that we don't comply with any of the LDO. Well, we do. Your professional staff said it. The Planning Commission recommended approval of it. And the MXD, I guess, you know, it's hard to say and make everybody happy about what MXD is, but your staff says this is MXD. Even on the west side of the property, it's MXD. And then there's some comments about, well, we don't think it is MXD. We'd like you to have more density, more retail, more other MXD uses. When and on the flip side of that, they're complaining about traffic. And we all know that the traffic would be much more increased if you put more of that retail, more of that office components on the west side. In fact, of the 21 or 20,000 trips per day that was mentioned earlier, 16,000 of those trips are shown to be allocated to the eastern portion of the property. And 5,000 of those trips would be along the western portion of the property. And if you tried to change that mix around, you would add a lot more density, a lot more traffic onto that western side. We think what we did was right. The mix is right. We agree with the RCLCO study, which talks about single-family medium density duplexes and so forth. We agree with that. That's what we're providing. It's just really a question of what your definition is of high density versus what we think is low density, using what the rules are for the city and how that's determined. Our density is a little over 7 units per acre. I don't think there's any question or argument that that's what the density is for the project. And by any measure, I think you would call that medium density, if not lower density, than what would be otherwise allowed on the land. So with that, I would close and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holland.
And if there are questions, I'm sorry, we're here. Does Jeff want to say something about traffic? Do you want to say something about traffic, Jeff? Just a minute on traffic.
All right, thank you. Good evening, and if you'll introduce yourself too for the record, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Jeff Wilkie with Kimley Horn, 805 Pennsylvania, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm the traffic engineer of record on the study. And I just wanted to mention there are some facts that we heard out there. I just want to clarify again that the scope of study that we did was approved by the city and the city's independent third-party reviewer. We agreed on that early on. They reviewed the study. They agreed with our findings in the study. And that's all been done even through all the 400 pages of the study that there are. There's a mention that we only looked at the peak hours. That's because that's what we study in traffic. We look at those peak hours because they truly are the peaks. If the peaks work, the off-peak hours work as well. So that's consistent with industry standard practice, and that's what we did for this study. Also, just want to point out there was a mention that Cameron's Court would double the traffic on 135th Street. That is not the case. There's a mention in the Public Works memo about how development will add 20,000 vehicles per day, and that 135th Street currently has 27,000 vehicles per day. So that 20,000, though, is added to the whole street network. That is not 20,000 being added to 135th Street by itself. So there's just some other mentions of levels of service that were not good today. And unacceptable was even brought up multiple times for several individual movements. It's not uncommon for an individual movement at an intersection to have a lower level of service, but the overall intersection at a signal still operates acceptably when we look at all the delay of all the movements. And that's just a function of the signal timing many times. So just wanted to point out a few of those things. There's a mention of adding all these additional intersections on 133rd Street. Several of them are, well, Chadwick was removed on 133rd, so that won't be added now. High Drive and the intersection near Overbrook were offset at the request of the neighbors, so they aren't aligned, or else they wouldn't have been new. And then there's also an intersection at the Commercial on 133rd on the east end, but that actually aligns with an existing driveway, so not really a new access point there. So I'll be happy to take other questions as we go along through tonight. So thank you.
Mr. Wilkie, one thing that was said when they were talking about Chadwick being closed to only now pedestrian traffic versus auto.
Correct.
And the additional right in, right out on 135th. They said none of that was evaluated by you.
That is correct. That was not evaluated. That was the change that was made since the last council meeting. We did not revise the traffic study for that change. I wasn't asked to going into this, but it is our opinion that the right in, right out on 135th Street will not be any significant issue to operation along 135th Street. That's usually fairly simple maneuvers of right turns only. And then removing the intersection on Chadwick will simply move some volume potentially to High Drive at 133rd or over to the Pawnee side or even possibly south, maybe towards 135th. So the thought is that's really not going to add volume to 133rd by removing the Chadwick and 133rd intersection.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Sipple.
I'd like to ask the traffic consultant a question. Based on your projections, do you see the need for an additional traffic signal anywhere along 133rd Street?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Osmond? Thank you, Ms. Bennett, for keeping an eye on that. Yes, now you're
Yeah,
on.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a couple questions, probably to Henry Clover and maybe Mr. Odo.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clover?
And I'm asking these questions because I want to clarify a couple things. And this afternoon, I've started digging in and doing calculations. So this helps me understand certain things. What I'm going to reference is starting on Pawnee, going all the way to the retention pond at the church. Those total tracks looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the land size of that area?
You referring to Kenneth, or?
No, what I'm referring to is if you look at the development, the furthest west, starting at Pawnee, going all the way to the east, to the retention pond, before you get to the commercial.
70. Well, I probably lost it.
When I get on Ames, it looks like about 75, 76 acres.
Everything, detention basin from Kenneth and the church to Pawnee?
That's correct.
It's a total of 75 acres roughly, but if you take out
Okay.
additional right-of-way for High Drive and what's given across the streets, it's roughly 70 point something.
Okay, but gross 75 right now.
Right. It's
Okay.
gross 75 acres on that side.
Who could answer questions as it relates to the luxury apartments and mansion-style homes?
It would either be myself or Rick Odo. But
Okay.
I did have a couple things I wanted to add, so not to interrupt you.
Then is now the time to start asking questions, or are we all going through?
I just wanted to add a couple things and I'll be done, and then we can shift
Okay.
to however we want to.
Go ahead.
I wanted to add a little bit of flavor to the conversation about density. I have the benefit of working on probably 10 projects in 4 states with multiple different developers, and obviously Woody's data about 60%, 40% is ancient. None of my clients, and I'm not creating any of this. I mean, we come in and we say, what ratios and mixes do you want to use? And they find that the studios go first and the single families go first and then dens. But I am not having any clients, that are asking for more than 25% in 2 bedrooms. And most of them aren't doing 3 bedrooms anymore. They're doing 2 bedrooms, they're doing 1 bedrooms, and they're doing studios, and then a combination of dens, and then powder rooms. So of all the projects, of all the different clients, there are none of them saying 60-40. The other thing too about number, the other thing we keep trying to quantify is the number of parking stalls and what's required. And several of these areas or these developments are stabilized and they have confined parking. You go through a gate and they can count the number of cars. We're finding that for the most part, it's between 1.25 and 1.35 cars per unit. And that includes like the Royal. There are Lamborghinis down there, there's extra cars. So we're not finding a need for massive amount of parking. The city's required 2, we're showing 2. But that equates to density, it equates to uses. Most of them we're finding, because I'm very inquisitive. I mean, my office is in one of these developments, it's in the district. And I get on elevators with residents, with dogs, and talk to them all the time. Why'd they move here? Why are they here? And most of them are, there's very few young couples, there's very few kids. And if there are kids, they're usually there a very short time. There was a representative of who moved here from Oklahoma and was working for KMBZ that had 2 kids. She's there for 6 months. Most of them are empty nesters. Most of them are people that have moved out of their home. They've lost their husband. They're short time, but it's not I kind of want to put some flavor to the amount of people that we're seeing in these. So there's not 2.3, there's not 2.5. And it's pretty much an accepted between all the developers we're working with that it's more about 1.25, 1.27, 1.3. So I wanted to add that as a layer of flavor. So, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Clover. I think maybe Mr. Osmond has more for you.
Okay. Or
Yes.
myself or Rick.
Mr. Osmond, go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I do have a question, or several questions on the apartments, specifically luxury apartments and the mansion-style homes totaling 648 apartments. Okay, so the luxury apartment home, you got 324 units. Are those for sale or for lease?
They're for lease.
They're for lease.
They're for rent.
And those are the ones that are on tract 1 with the pond.
Well, I do have to apologize. I lost my sheet that had that on it.
Okay, but those are, my understanding, those are the high-rise, 4-story, 3-story units.
Oh, okay. Those are the 4-story with tuck under with the
Yes.
deck above.
Yes.
And what's your question?
So
I'm sorry.
out of that 324 units, what's the acreage that sits on? Do you recall?
I think it's in the staff report. They did break it down, if I remember right, didn't you, Mark?
And I apologize, there's so many numbers from so many different areas
Same
that I'm
track
just
one.
trying to get my bearings.
Mr. Osmond, Councilman Osmond?
Yeah.
If, I don't know where the total question's going, but everything to the west of the church.
And Mr. Odo, will you
Odo.
take
Oh,
your
yeah.
mask off?
West
and-
of the church is, I believe, 10.2 units to the acre.
It's 14.38 acres.
Okay. Just that one track is 14 point what?
Page 11 of the staff report.
Under the 15 unit per acre LDO. So no one section exceeds the LDO, even if you break it down.
No,
even when it's supposed to look
but
at
tract 1 with the 4 apartments for 324 units.
Track 1
What is the
four
approximation
apartments
on
and is listed
acreage
as
there?
14.38 acres.
Phase 4.
14.38 acres. Okay, thank you. On that, what is the, and I'm concerned with just the average lease rate or average per square foot cost that you're going to lease it out.
What we'll lease it for, probably closer to about $1.85 to $2 a foot. The one bedrooms will be at least $2. The 2 bedrooms might be $1.85. However, the penthouse will go for about $3 a foot.
Okay. And then, Mr. Clover, you mentioned that you're not really building 3 apartments or 3-unit apartments. Out of that 324, how many are 3-bedroom?
None.
None in those, that portion of the home.
There are no apartments or for rent that will be 3-bedroom.
Okay, so everything will be studio 1 and 2 bedroom.
No studios.
Okay.
Yeah, your size kind of limits that, so.
On the mansion-style homes, 324 units, those also are for lease. What is that acreage? I know it spreads out. Can you give me a ballpark?
Mr. Osmond, while you're going through numbers, I just wanted to let you know that I did ask what was the number of units west of the church, and Mr. Klein shared with me that was 772 units, all, if it were all R4.
Actually, 779.
I'm sorry, Deborah?
So-
you were saying, is that
If you were to-
residential units?
Yes, it would, well, it would be R4 if you wanted
Right.
to, west of all, the entire acreage west. The staff told me it was 772, and Mr. Grover says it's actually 779 if you're trying to get to that summation of the west side of the density. If it were all R4, what would it be? Which is a question I ask myself.
I think the
Thank you.
answer to your question, but I think it's tract 3 and tract 4 for those two that you were asking about, and that comes to
Yes.
about 38 acres.
38 acres.
Yes, sir.
And on that, are you going to have any you're not having any 3 bedrooms?
No, no 3 bedrooms.
And on the
Well, yeah.
dollar per square foot,
Mr. Osmond,
What-
just to correct,
Yeah.
there are going to be some twin villas in that phase 2, even though they're for sale. But the big home will have no 3 bedrooms. It'll all be 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms with attached garages, direct access.
okay.
And to clarify.
And
the
what would you
rental-
say that on the apartments?
Yeah.
What was the average square foot of the apartment? If you're calculating $1.85 to $2 a square foot,
What average is it?
what is it, 1,000 square feet, 1,500 square feet?
It averages, I want to say 950 and 950 square feet per unit, just as an overall average.
That's a blended average.
That's a blended average.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to do some calculations, but so I appreciate the insight. Thank you.
Other questions, Ms. Phillip?
So this is just a verification with Mr. Klein, because I was going through some numbers as well. And I looked at the Milano apartments and duplexes, which have been around for a while, and I think Councilmember Sippel commented on the fact that they were of high quality and are pretty quiet as neighbors. And so in that unit, that was about 28 plus acres. And so we're looking at 116 acres. So if I took the number of units that are in Milano, and they're all rental, and multiplied it by 4 plus to get to the 116 acres, that would be a little under 1,200 units. And so we're looking in the range of less than 850 units. So I wanted to go through that thought process that says, well, what if the developer didn't have mixed use? What if we didn't have this thoughtful product that we put together for mixed use, and we just went with what we had on the docks, which is R1, R3, R4. And we get a lot more units. And I just wanted to ask, Mr. Klein, was those calculations somewhere in the ballpark of extrapolation?
The Milano Apartments have the 290 units total, and you're correct. It was about 28.31 acres for that overall development. And so if you multiplied that to get to the, basically we have about 111 acres net. That's a 5 drive removed from it, and the other right away. So maybe not quite 4, maybe 3.5 or somewhere. But it would be maybe a little bit lower, but generally.
A lot more than what we're looking at. And out of that, and in that comparison, there's absolutely no purchase and ownership. And there's, which I really, really appreciate, that we do have these new units of brownstones, duplexes, and single families. And so that a big distinguishing factor between what's in Milano with the just all rental, and also it's a gated community, which isn't creating a neighborhood feel. And that's what seems to be driving our new consumers, is they want a neighborhood feel. And you don't get a neighborhood feel when there's no ownership and there's all gated communities like we do have with Milano. But they make quality products, and they're quiet neighbors. So thank you for validating that comparison. It could be a lot more if we were looking at the old standards of how do you look at our LDOs and how can you build. Thank you.
Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my question might be for Mark. It's regarding traffic and Mission Road. Am I correct in thinking, Mark, that our improvements that are planned for Mission Road from 23rd to 143rd, those improvements should improve traffic flow around Mission Trail at drop-off and pickup time? Oh, David Lay, sorry, I misguessed.
That's correct. On Mission Road, the 119th to 130, or 127th to the 133rd Street project is going to look at widening the roadway in front of the school so we can allow for southbound right turn to queue and still allow vehicles to drive past them and stay on the correct side of the roadway. Then what we're also looking at doing with the Mission Road project to the south is we're going to expand the intersection, so we'll have 2 lanes southbound. Currently, there's only 1 lane southbound as you're north of 133rd. So we'll have additional capacity there. And westbound 133rd Street will be restriped for a right turn lane.
Okay, thank you. I feel I would be remiss if I didn't use this opportunity, since we have record-breaking viewership according to our rating calculator here, that the traffic around Mission Trail for 30 minutes before school starts and when school ends for 30 minutes is a direct result on people making the choice to drive their kids to school instead of letting them walk. And we've worked very hard with committees in Leawood to encourage biking and walking safe routes to schools. Many of us up here have spent hours and hours and years on committees to improve that. And we can't change people's minds about driving their kids to school. So the traffic will be a problem at drop-off and pickup time along 132nd. And if you live in a cul-de-sac in Wilshire Place or Waterford, my neighbors complain about it constantly. But the problem is the same up at Curie of ours. The problem is it's a problem near every elementary school that butts up to residential streets. And so until our residents will let their kids walk a block or two to school, drop them off a little further away, this is going to be a problem no matter what the city does. But we've been planning these improvements to Mission Road for what, David, about 7 years we've had this on the books? Nodding in the affirmative. So we've been planning this long before this development came in front of us. So I just want our residents to understand that we have had concerns about this traffic, but there's only so much we can do. Thank you.
Mr. Rawlings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is for Henry Clover. Could you put back at the very beginning of your presentation, you talked about 2 alternatives, proposed alternatives. Could you throw those back up on the screen?
I'll see if I can
you can find them.
get out of here.
You talked about brownstones and villas, I believe.
Or single family. There were 3 options. Are you talking about the ones across from single family?
Pardon?
Well, there were, at the very beginning, there was 2 alternatives, I thought. Maybe
There's
there were
2, yes.
There's
That's
3.
the question.
There's 3,
So
actually.
there's houses, brownstones, and duplexes.
Okay, well, that's.
You know which,
what I'm
because
gonna
God bless and
clarify in my
foundation
mind.
presentation. I don't think that's mine, so.
It was the one you copied.
Is this?
Yeah, it's the one he copied.
Cameron Court, I found it.
Mine does have quite a bit of handwritten notes on it. Maybe
Well,
this
that
is-
was my handwritten notes.
So- It
You got
could be-
copies of,
It could
so.
be we have your
This is the
copy.
right one. This is it.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a blow up of it.
Right.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get down.
So could you refresh me for the,
Yes. What is in the basic proposal is single family. So you would have single family on either side of that street. And then there's a cul-de-sac. And on the other side of that single family would be the park area. There's 2 different proposals. One, if we want more for sale product, then we would go
That's
with
where
the twin
that's the one
villas. And it would add 12 duplex units versus the single family. So there'd be 12 duplex units, so there'd be more for sale product.
But there'd only be a net 3.
Yes, ma'am. The other one would be to go to the brownstones, which would be a street front walkability area where you would have like the front porches and the parking would be on the back side of the building. And that's the 2 brownstones that we're showing on the left. And that does go from 24 brownstones to 9, so there'd be an increase of 13. And again, those are for sale products, and so we proposed it to staff, we proposed it in our meetings with Scott, and he suggested we give you the option of whether you want more for sale product. So,
And could I just clarify a follow-on question to yours? Is my understanding is that the twin villas will range from 2,000 to 2,300 square feet per
Yeah.
side? And
Yes.
that the brownstones would be 1,800 to 2,000 square feet per unit, and that single families would be 3,000 plus.
Right.
So those brownstones would really be in the range of what we would think of as a starter home in Prairie Village, Julie?
and we liked it just because it also forms a very solid buffer there too. And we also liked it because if from a single family, you're not going across to another driveway, you're going across to a walkway and front porches.
Nice.
So, but we're leaving that, I mean, we're fine either way. We're leaving that up to the opinion of the city council.
The reason I asked the question is over the past 2 years, and this has really become forward to me and the council, is I've gone out and looked at other locations in Lee Summit and North Kansas City, some of the Hunt Midwest group plans, and a lot of these developments have, to me, a sense of neighborhood in place with the front porches. I love front porches. I think they're great. And they're talking about making more residents available for purchase. That, to me, gives a sense of the neighborhood buying into the location. So I just want to point that out, that I think those are good changes to the plan.
Thank you.
And I think we do have brownstones shown at least in 1, 2, am I counting correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then even on the east side, there might be some more.
Yes.
I really think the symmetry, this is my opinion, the symmetry of more single family across the street from the single family, like it's drawn on the plan, I think that's a very attractive scenario, especially since right behind you is the park and the pond. It just seems like, and those are all owner occupied. It just seems like it looks more symmetrical.
We understand what you're saying on that, Madam Mayor. And like we said, we will go with anything you guys suggest. It's just the homes are going to be at least $800,000 versus the $400,000 to $450,000 range of the brownstone. So we're just trying to give a more reasonable price range for more options.
Right.
Because it was brought up before too.
The duplexes, what will they?
They'll be around 600 to 650.
So you do have a number of options throughout the whole plan. Ms. Kane?
Yes, thank you. I have several thoughts, and in no specific order. Less questions than thoughts right at the moment, which I think this is time for. So our decision tonight obviously is permanent, or should be permanent, and will absolutely set the tone for the rest of 135th Street. So it shouldn't be, and it hasn't been taken lightly, nor in haste. It shouldn't be, because again, it's going to set the tone. So when I hear Ms. Phila talk about, oh, Milano has 28 acres and 290 units, and this is 4 times as big, and oh, they're great neighbors. That, in my mind, is not. My mind doesn't work that way, because there is not anywhere in Leawood, anywhere, a development with this number of units, this size, and this number of units. It does not exist. So not only are we making a decision about this 116 acres, the bulk of which are on the west side, we are setting the tone, no mistake about it, for the rest of 135th Street. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I believe the 135th Corridor Community Plan, has served us well. It was very thoughtful at the time initially, very comprehensive. It involved input from residents, landowners, developers, staff, others. Great. But you know what? This is 2022 now, new year, and everything has changed, has it not? Nobody could have predicted where we are now. The whole world has had to make a shift in our thought process. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It is time for us to take a serious look at that 135th Street Community Plan, revisit it. I've asked for meetings. I'm sure at some point it will happen. I'm being told now is not the time because we have this active planning meeting or planning process in front of us. But nonetheless, we desperately need to do that for the city of Leawood, desperately. We desperately need to look at the density. We desperately need to do this. I am begging all of you up here because the people who spoke before us, this is our ability to judge. Does it meet the LDO? Clearly it does. But in our judgment, does it meet the golden criteria? Does it meet the highest and best use of what, in our judgment, we think should be there? And in my judgment, which is my job and my charge, in my judgment, I do not believe it does. I have not faltered from that. I'm still not faltering from that. I believe we had it in front of us. I talked about it before, the RCLCO market study and some ideas. There's good, more current information out there than our very own 135th Community Plan. You read page 16 of our packet. It goes on and on and on about the staff recommends approval because the project meets the requirements of the LDO and now incorporates or partially incorporates many principles and elements of the comprehensive plan and the 135th Street Community Plan. Those are right from page number 16. Well, guess what, boys and girls? We've turned down apartment complexes that have come before us on that same tract of land. And make no mistake, on the western portion of this property, that is what we have here. It's not mixed use. It's not even pretending to be mixed use, except for a little bit of vertical along Pawnee. It is a massive, super dense, super big apartment complex. We have mixed-use developments in Leawood with Park Place and Mission Farms that we've all experienced the growth problems with, good parts, bad parts. Now we have nearby, we have Meadowbrook, we have Prairie Fire, right within minutes. These are all truly integrated mixed-use developments. They integrate residential, commercial, and retail. They draw visitors near and far to the amenities. There is nothing on the west side of this development that's going to draw a soul. There isn't. It will be it is residential. There is nothing within Waterford, for example, or Cherry Creek. I'm right across the street. I'm within half a mile of this development. There is nothing within Cherry Creek, my subdivision, that draws neighbors, except for the people living in the houses. There is nothing on this west side that draws one single soul. There are no amenities. There are none. The east part is the only truly mixed use. They're started to move some brownstones over there. They've got the center access. Amen. Amen to the east side. That is truly, by our own definition, everybody's definition, that is truly mixed use. The west side is not. We've turned down apartment complexes before. Make no mistake, that's exactly what this is. This isn't meeting the basic premise of our 135th Street corridor because this is not mixed use, in my opinion. The highest and densest, and we've said it over, it's on our own thing. The highest and densest portion should be along State Line Road and 135th Street, closer to State Line Road. Yet the highest and densest parts of this whole development are those 4 apartment buildings that have 77 units themselves. There's 308 units, all bang, 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 on the very inside of the build, or inside of this development. It's not on 135th or not on State Line Road where it belongs. It's not even close to 135th, which we have. Mr. Clover was before us on that project. We did approve a apartment building. Why? Because it was right near Kenneth Road. That's why we did it. Why? Because there was an undeveloped, what I think is always going to be undevelopable land between Madam McFarland and where we approved it. That made sense to this body then. It made sense to even this person who voted for that eventually. I'm not categorically against a sea of apartments, but I'm categorically against putting something that is against the very nature of the surrounding areas. The plan has been evolving as a more walkable design with more opportunities, pedestrians and vehicles, again, quoting off of our own staff, who I love, by the way, and admire, page 16. Well, once again, who's it walkable for, and who's going to be using the west side? There, you can talk about one little kiosk and one little square mile park, but that is not going to draw anybody else if when we get right down to it, other than the residents that live there. Again, is that a bad thing? No, but is that truly the definition of mixed use? Heck not. It is not. I remain super troubled by the traffic study, although I do appreciate some of these recent efforts. I don't understand the description of the developer saying they're going to do a letter of credit, but they're going to, for the traffic calming, but then the city is going to reimburse them. I don't know. I never read that anywhere. I don't even understand that. So great letter credit, but then the city is going to reimburse you. So why didn't the city pay for it in the first place? So that means nothing to me. It means nothing to anybody, or shouldn't mean anything to anybody. And then again, there was resident after resident after resident that, like it or not, brought up some very plausible, very, very solid information that at the very least, as the one gentleman said, everybody, all of us, this is our job up here, is to get these questions answered. And if anything, I'm more confused by some of the new data that's been presented as opposed to less Mr. Bendel in his empirical evidence. Again, that we've got the developer, we've got the city, we've got this empirical evidence. Truly, do we know who to believe, what to believe? I don't think so. I don't certainly have a way. But I remain standing and united with the residents. I think that is our job, to represent their interest. I applaud, I appreciate, I respect the people that disagree with me. I respect each one of you, no matter which way you're going to vote, one way or the other. But I think this is too critical of a decision that will drive the rest of 135th Street. And God help us if we have 290 units for every 28 acres of that last remaining 700 acres or whatever it is along there, because that's the direction we're going to go, make no doubt about it. So it's too critical of an information or a decision, rather, to have all these question marks. And it is, thankfully, our judgment. And in my judgment, for multiple reasons, including the golden factors and some of the stuff that they laid out tonight, it is my very strong, unwavering, it doesn't matter who the developer is, it matters that this is a undeniable sea of apartments along that 75 acres west of the church. It's undeniable. And for that reason, I remain against. I will vote no when the time comes, and I hope that you guys will also consider lots of these question marks that were thrown out today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Phila?
Again, having Mr. Klein and correct my thought process. If, one question I have is, when we had office buildings for the 135th Street community, were those 3 stories, 4 stories, or 5 stories, or what? How many stories were allowed for office?
The 135th Street Community Plan actually allowed an increase, and it started at about 3 stories that you could go up to, that was within the T4, which is right adjacent to 133rd Street, and then allow you to step up after that, up to a height of, I think, over 90 feet. The 135th Street Community Plan actually allowed quite a bit of density. What you have before you tonight isn't remotely close to that. So I believe outside of those four-story apartments, pretty much everything else within the residential portion is 2 stories, including the brownstones, the single family, the duplexes, and the big house.
My question is really, if you were, how tall could have the offices been on 135th Street if offices were being put in? 6 stories?
Yeah, I think it was 6.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we have, for SDO zoning, it is 6 stories.
Okay. Okay, and so we've got 4 with apartments. Okay.
Correct.
Great. And then if I were to look at what has already been approved for development on 135th Street on the other side, on the south side, which is the Regents Park, single family, and the 135 mixed, that comes out to be 28 acres of 9.52 in its density of units per acre, much higher than what we're looking at.
Yeah, as far as the 135, it was on 18.25 acres for 10.89 dwelling units per acre. And those are 3 5-story buildings. They're just directly adjacent to 135th Street, and then also High Drive as it enters to the south.
And then you have the single families and some duplexes. So when you put it all together, if I add Regents Park and 135 mixed, it would be 28, almost 29 acres and a density of 9.52. Is that somewhere in the ballpark? So we've got already an approved mixed-use, single-family configuration across the street with higher density than we're talking about with the Cameron's Court. So thank you for clarifying that. So I really, we have already set the tone for 135th Street corridor. And I do have a question that I wanted to ask about the schools. If I'm understanding correctly the timeline, we're at least 3 years out before any kids, 3 years out before any kids are going to be moving in to get to the school, which says the 4th, 5th, and 6th graders are gone, and we need to have a whole influx of newborns and 3-year-olds for the first 3 grades, plus any that would, map up to the existing kids that are now 4, 5, and 6.
Yes, we're 3 years. It'll be 8 years minimum to build out this, if not 10.
But I mean, the first kids is probably
3
at
years
least
out.
3 years. You got another year to get finals and break ground and that sort of thing. So,
2 years to build.
I certainly learned in North Leawood that we had literally just put a bond issue for a new library at Mission Valley Middle School. 2 years later, they sold it, the land and everything else, which is now, senior complex. I forget what's the name of that.
Mission Chateau.
Yes, thank you. And merged all those kids with another school for a super middle school. So things change. That's all I can tell you. Things change. And in my lifetime, we've watched North Leawood go from moving into being only the second family with kids in a 2-block radius to having, 60 kids within walking distance when we increased Brook Beatty. So there's a life cycle to all of that. And before all those kids came, we took one of the elementaries and turned it into assisted living. And now we've got all these babies growing up in our neighborhood. So what can we do? But we just changed, that's for sure. There's a life cycle there. So I had a question about that. And then I guess I was going to ask our staff, David Lay and Brian, who've been working on all of these changes to Chadwick and right in, right out, and moving High Drive, and the improvements to Mission Road. Do you feel very comfortable that you can support the independent work that was done on the traffic study, and that the changes that you've made from the last proposal, in fact, do improve access or minimizing impact to the existing neighborhoods?
Yes, we believe the changes that were made will help reduce anybody wanting to utilize 132nd or High Drive as a cut-through. We shifted it west, I think 150 feet or so, and then so it creates a much longer to go right and then to go through the neighborhood is like a 40-second longer journey than it is to just utilize 133rd Street. And then as far as the existing intersections there at High Drive and then over at Pawnee and 133rd, those are operating, I believe, at a level service at Bay. I know that is at 133rd and Pawnee. So moving some of that traffic over to Pawnee should not have any negative impacts. And of course, with the right in, right out, it's actually going to help pull some of the traffic to the south and actually not utilize 133rd. And before they come back again for their next plan, they would be required to update the traffic study.
Okay. And then, I just wanted to verify that when you worked with the neighbors on the cut-through issues, you had what, peak traffic of like 4 cars per hour, and it didn't meet the qualifications for traffic calming, and the citizens elected not to pursue it, I'm guessing, because of that.
Well, in 2009, we met with the property owners. There were 9 property owners. There were 5 from Wilshire Place and 4 from Waterford that came to the Public Works Committee. And then the committee recommended that they just go out and submit a traffic calming petition back to the city, and they never submitted that back to us. In the meantime, we've collected data. We've used some of the information from the police department as far as speeds to go through and rate the street, and it still doesn't have the number of points. It's close. I mean, it's in the 20s, but it doesn't have the 30 points to meet traffic calming.
Okay.
And then real quick, if there is a question on the letter of credit, it's a 5-year letter of credit for $200,000 that the developer has to put up. And if the HO or if the residents submit a traffic calming petition and we move forward with constructing those improvements within the next 5 years, the city would cash that letter of credit and utilize those funds to pay for the traffic calming.
Okay.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And looking through my notes if I have any other questions, but if I go through my scribbles, I'll come back.
Before I speak, I'm going to have Ms. Larson.
Well, I wanted to ask David Lay while he
Okay.
was still up here. I just was trying
Okay.
to conserve walking back and forth time. Were you able to see resident Kathy Kelly submitted a letter, and she makes reference to 132nd Street residents now experience 165 hourly or 2.65 cars per minute at peak hours. 65% of those vehicles exceed the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. Would you like to comment on that?
Well, I did talk with her and gave her that information. So that came from our traffic volumes that we took on 132nd Street. The only thing I would add to that is when we looked at the cut-through volume, we were only getting, I think 12 vehicles an hour or something around that time. It's in one of my studies, the amount of cut-through traffic. So that volume of traffic is internal to that subdivision or the interconnecting subdivisions within that area. So it's not traffic that's coming off 133rd Street or off Mission and using it as a cut-through. It's actually the local population.
Okay, it sounds like a lot of cars. So that was concerning to me. And I also just wanted to ask quickly, resident Steve and Terry Durr referenced the Deer Creek apartment proposal in their letter, and that George Butler and Associates, who did that traffic study, they took into account pre-pandemic traffic levels, and they adjusted it at 15% down, and made reference to the fact that those traffic levels haven't yet recovered to this day. Did we make pre-pandemic adjustments? I'm seeing a nod in the back. I just wanted to make sure that we had done that. Okay, thank you.
I can leave that up to Jeff to answer that if you'd like.
He's nodding. That's sufficient.
Mr. Sipple?
I just want to ask a follow-up question to Mr. Lay on Ms. Larson's comments here. Those 3 cars per minute on 132nd Street, was that during drive time? Was that, 7 to 9 in the morning or 4 to 6 in the afternoon, or was that during the day? And how does that coincide with pickup and drop-off at Mission Trail School?
Yeah, I don't have all the traffic information in front of me. We took 24-hour counts along the street, and so then we look at the highest hour, and I believe it was in the evening, more towards the 5 to 6 time, 5 to 6 p.m.
But you wouldn't take the mean over 24 hours. You'd take it, from 6 in the morning till 10 at night, because things really slow down in a suburban neighborhood after that.
Right,
So-
we take 24-hour counts, so it starts at midnight, goes to midnight of the next day, and then we look at 15-minute peaks, and so we just determine what's the highest hour of traffic, and we have the morning peak and an afternoon peak.
So those 3 per minute was during the peaks.
It was during, a peak of 1 hour, yes.
All right, thank you very much. That's all I have.
I'm not leaving.
I do have some questions, but not for you, so we'll go on to these others. Mr. Rawlings and Ms. Kane.
Okay, concerning the comment by Councilwoman Kane about if we approve this project, then that's going to set the tone for the rest of 135th Street corridor. I'm not sure if I buy that, and I guess this is a question for staff, either Mark or Scott Lambers or whomever, or Patty or whatever. If we approve a project, whether it's this one or something a week from now, and we approve it based on this particular proposal, does that really lock us in on anything else as far as precedent versus tone? I think can each project that comes forward after this particular project, whether it's up or down, can each project stand alone on their own merit? And does the council, the plan commission, and down to your staff have the authority to adjust those or deny or recommend, or my concern is if we approve, I want to address the concern is if we approve this, does that really a precedent setting as it relates to future projects, unknown projects at this point in time along the 135th Street corridor?
When staff takes a look at these, we actually are trying to compare them against the comprehensive plan and the Leawood Development Ordinance. So that's really what the criteria that we're using. Will somebody come in an adjacent piece of property and say, they got that same thing, we want that same thing? They would again have to meet that criteria. The hope is that you would have a different, as far as we talk about sense of place. We don't want every single development to look like the one that's adjacent to it, or even ones that are nearby. So I don't think it necessarily sets a precedent, but it sets a precedent as far as also having to meet the LDO. Part of the problems that we've had in the past with the 135th Street Community Plan is we haven't had people who were willing to put in the grid network. We haven't had people willing to integrate as far as some sort of commercial in with the residential. So hopefully it will set a little bit of a precedent with that.
Thank you.
Ms. Kane.
Yes, for my council people. It may not set a precedent or whatever. I don't want to argue about semantics here, but I don't believe there is another contiguous 116 acres owned by one landowner anywhere else. If I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a contiguous 116 acre chunk along 135th Street. I'd also like to point out that we're talking about 133rd to 135th. Regents Park, actually from 137th to the subdivision behind, if the reason even I voted for that, from 130, this one is 133rd to 135th. That one was all the way from, I can't even remember my Leawood Fall, whatever it is, behind that, all the way to 137th Street, was cul-de-sacs of twin villas, cul-de-sacs. Not a row of twin villas, it was a cul-de-sac, several cul-de-sacs. And then across 135th Street, if you recall, they put in townhomes because that's what we asked them for. So to compare, again, whatever the numbers are, that 29 acres of Regents Park, where you had, the depth was no comparison to what we're talking about here. The buffer between the single-family homes and the buildings that we approved was ginormously different. It is not an apple-to-apple comparison at all, in my opinion, because the buffer, which is exactly what we said we were going to do, was in place with the cul-de-sacs of the twin villas on Regents Park. So again, even I was able to vote for that one because it meet the criteria. It was the big stuff was along Kenneth Road and nothing across the street from it and close to Kenneth Road. And then there was the adequate buffer to the single-family homes behind. This does not have that. The biggest stuff of all is the 4-story buildings, and all those units is right smack dab in the middle of it. Thank you. Oh, last thing. I drove up, my poor husband drove me, up and down 135th Street and up and down State Line Road to find the closest 4-story building besides the 3 that we approved. And there is not another 4-story building up on 135th Street as far as the eye can see for miles and miles, and the closest one on State Line Road was in the 80th streets. So again, the 4 buildings that are 4 stories tall, smack dab in the middle, is an anomaly even on 135th Street. If you drive up and down 135th Street into Overland Park and into Olathe, it just doesn't exist. And all of a sudden here they are. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Larson.
I'll save my other comments till we're finished with questions, but I did want to chime in on the 135th Street plan. I do agree with Councilmember Kane's comments. You know, it might not be precedent setting, but we're always faced with comparisons once we approve something. And just today, you know, we've had the Mission Farms and the Park Place comparisons, even though I see those as apples and oranges. And I voted for the Regents Park proposal for the very reasons with the big buffer of the twin villas. For our 135th Street plan, we have, at that time, we had a different composition of the city council. We have 3 new council members that are on the council now that weren't, correct me if I'm wrong, weren't present at that time. 2, both of which are from Ward 3. We have fresh faces, we have fresh voices. The 135th Street plan is supposed to be based on the Leawood community vision and goals. We've heard from a few residents through the emails who were part of the 135th Street plan meetings and that process. And they wrote in opposition to this development proposal and with the comments that this development proposal wasn't what they had envisioned and what they understood the 135th Street plan to be. It's clear, you know, a lot has happened since 2014. And it's clear that attitudes have changed, and I think as a governing body, we need to be responsive to our residents and to that change. And we also owe it to the developers to have good, guidelines so that they can rely on them. And so I support Councilmember Kane's comments, and if we were able to redo relook at the 135th Street plan at a later date, Mr. Rainier's 2019 RCLCO study would be one of the first places to start. I really like what that study has to say. I think it's spot on, and I'll save the rest of my comments for when we're finished with questions.
All right, Ms. Harrison.
Thank you. It was mentioned a couple of meetings ago that nobody would want to have single-family homes up to 135th Street, which is part of the reason nobody's proposed that for this development. But many of the emails that I've received in the last couple of weeks have referenced a plan that has indeed come in front of us. There were actually two. That is property over by Church of the Resurrection, Row to Fontana, 135th Street, single-family homes right up against 135th Street. So while something like that may not seem desirable to many of us, clearly there are developers who think that that plan can work and that those can be sold for $800,000 plus, because I believe that was the number that was put before us. We've asked for more single-family homes, and I feel like, yes, we've been given a few, but I feel like our wishes for more single-family homes has really gone unanswered. I don't think that adding 5 or 6 or 8 or 9 over a 4 or 5 iteration process is really giving us the idea of more single-family homes, more home ownership, more twin villas. I agree wholeheartedly with Councilwoman Kane's comments about the high density needing to be along State Line and along 135th Street entirely. I would like to see more spatterings of commercial use throughout, whether it's more first floor retail space, so that people from Wilshire Place, Waterford, Greenbrier, and Leawood South have a reason to walk across 133rd Street and go buy those cups of coffee, go buy, take their dog for a 3-dog bakery nibble or something. I don't know what we need in there, but a reason to go into this apartment complex, which is exactly what I feel like it is. So I appreciate the changes that have been made. I feel like this is the process at work. I absolutely believe this plan has gotten better since August, each time that it's come in front of us. But what I wholeheartedly would like to see is more home ownership, more single-family homes in track 4 along 133rd Street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think my question's for Mr. Clover. Since you're the architect.
Yes, ma'am.
On this, and two, well, first let me ask a question, and then I'll tell you where I'm going with it. So the 2 brownstones that flank Chadwick Park have 2 small areas in red.
Those are retail.
Those are retail.
Those intend to be restaurants and activity. And then in the center, where we're going to have a gazebo-type event space that people could rent out. Remember, I mean, the statement about no amenities, I mean, the plan is to have a big development so you can actually amenitize this entire area, and you can program that area with activities.
So when I think of Meadowbrook, which a lot of the residents have referenced, and they've referenced Mission Farms as well, but those 2 little red areas, would that give you something like the market? Or something like Verbena? I mean, would those be large enough to really be of something that would draw people to this development? Maybe Mr. Odo's, I felt you were the creative one, so that's why I called on you, but maybe Mr. Odo has a thought.
I believe that those 3 areas combined, along with the additional, those 3 areas are equal to the size of what you got at Verbatim and the market in Mission, Meadowbrook. Plus, we've got additional retail office along Pawnee, which is now about 4 times the amount of retail that they have over at Meadowbrook. 'Cause
Is
the-
that the red, yellow
Yes.
stripe?
That designates that there's buildings above it. So, that there's residents above that, so. when you see
Residents above, but it is
hash.
that below.
Yeah, the hash is office retail.
And I think the thing we need to say too is this is a preliminary plan, so.
Right,
you
it
go out to the
is.
market and there's activity and somebody wants to put a bigger space, we'll accommodate them.
We will
But
always do that.
I think what I'm hearing is a desire to see it indicated on the preliminary plan, and I'm looking at the two brownstones that are directly to the south of Chadwick Park, the ones that don't flank it, but to the south. Those are also brownstones. And then you have the two that flank High Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
And so what would prevent you from putting more retail at the base of all four of those? Because I agree, I think it would be a much better plan if it had more activity, more of the commercial retail that makes it mixed use. I think the neighbors are all saying that's what they would like to see. Not all of them. Some are for this plan.
The
I
exception
do
of
want to
traffic.
stress that. They're not all against this plan. Some are very much in favor of it. But trying to appease others that are so adamantly opposed, I think if you had additional retail locations identified, it certainly would,
Can we
I
go-
think,
we got the
be a more
plan pulled up.
desirable product.
We definitely have this corner here, this corner, and all along Pawnee as retail, this whole area. This whole thing is, that's what it's designated as. You can see that. Now, if you're suggesting I add a matching to here, so these four corners have it, state that and I'll accept it, if that's what it takes to get this
Well,
thing
I think
approved, but I'd
there
rather
and
not.
over flanking High Drive. I think throughout,
High
it's just,
Drive.
it's so
that's-
tiny bits and not really throughout. It's not, as the plan commissioners that voted against it, it's not as mixed use as we'd like to see it.
There is a method to our madness though, so I'd like to explain.
Yes, please.
Even in the 135th Street Community Plan, it basically says you need to negotiate where it's going to be and it needs to be useful. We know that there's interest along state line. We know that there's activity there. We know there's some activity along Pawnee. But we went to brokers, and I don't want to name their names. I mean, I could. They basically told us they wouldn't even put a sign on High Drive. High Drive had absolutely no interest to them about trying to put retail in that location. And so it's, and I don't know if you remember, I even said it's a dog bone because you've got a lot of activity here, you got state line, and you got Mission. And then in between, it filters out. And so there would be no market at all from any of the brokers that we've talked to that would say that if we put retail in around the brownstones on High Drive, that there would be any activity at all. And the other thing that is a conscious thought is, you know, if people come to us and they want to be there, because obviously the problem is no one believes, we have to get a lot of activity, we have to get a plan that's approved before you can even market it. As much as you might not like it, Leawood does have a reputation. It's going to take a long time, and people don't believe that it's going to happen. And so once you have a plan, then you can take it to the market, and you can get activity, and you get people that are interested, and you'll get, you know, we showed the grocery store because there were grocery stores at the time we started this that were looking in the area, that were in the community wanting to be in here. There's still a couple out there. A couple didn't go. I mean, one of them was right down the street. But the whole goal is to try and get retail where it's useful. And believe me, as everybody said, Bob Renirum got upset that there is much more value in being a retail from the project. So the more retail we can add, the better. But the whole goal here is to not have empty buildings, to not build a building and have it be empty, because that's not another image we wanted either.
No, well, I'm looking at the residents around those buildings. I'm thinking of something, not that's drawing from all corners.
The cafes and the
Yeah,
places to
something
go
that's
and
gonna
coffee and the
service-
market, like
service the people.
Made in Kansas City, which just went in the district, which is really nice.
Right. I mean, I see the people at Martin City Brewery
Right.
that are coming down from those apartments there. I mean, I'm just thinking for the usability and the attractiveness of the whole thing.
I agree with you. If we could get a Martin City Brewery or Made in Kansas City to take these
Mm-hmm.
corners. I mean, Made in Kansas City took like 6,000 square feet in one of our projects. And Martin City Brewery took a 6,000 square foot space. So, yeah, I mean, we definitely would accommodate them, and if we can get, but again, it has to be marketed. And that requires getting a plan you can actually market.
Mr. Rawlings.
Henry, you talk about you need to have a plan in order to market it, which I understand, fully understand that. So we're thinking about the state line 135th corridor. If a plan is approved, say as is, you have a plan. What do you envision, or Mr. Odo envision, or Vic Renier, Bob Renier, I'm sorry.
You're showing your
I know both of
longevity.
them. What do they envision that could be attracted to State Line 135th area?
In terms of uses, or?
Maybe of the possibility of First Watch, okay?
Yeah.
Which is not a drive-in restaurant, it's very popular.
They're 3,900 square feet.
Yeah, I mean, just,
yeah.
You understand my question? I mean, would something like that might be attractive if the market is there and all that? Or what do you envision that could be attracted if you have a plan?
Well, first and foremost, it is even in your 135th Street community plan that basically says you need to get bodies there and you need to get residents there.
Right.
It even says that. But and if you do that, then you're going to get more activity, you get more people. So the first thing that needs to happen is we need to get residents living there in the density. And then you got to remember that community plan says that medium density to them is 25 to 35 units per acre, not 7 or 8. I mean, so again, there's a big distinction between what the term high density or even medium density is. In the study, it's 25.
So it's a chicken and egg and chicken.
Yeah. But I mean, I've actually got a First Watch that I've got a proposal on to put in a location not terribly far from here right now. It's 3,900 square feet, and they want it to be a bigger prototype, so they've asked it to go to another 300 or 400 square feet bigger. So yeah, those things are possible, but until you have a plan you can put out to the market, you can't even talk to First Watch. I think the last time I was here, I explained that I've done Panda Expresses for 29 years, and we are one of their main architects out of California, and we have to get so many in the queue to even get their numbers. And it's constantly about trying to get them because, you know, developer sites, you know, city approvals, you have to almost double the amount in the queue to even get half of them to get built. And it's the same with here. You know, you couldn't go to somebody when we first started this thing and say, hey, we're going to build this. There are too many brokers that are going to look at you and say there are other locations I can go immediately. So, did that answer your question? I'm sorry, sir.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Ms. Fella?
I find myself confused by some of the comments I hear that we want less traffic, but more retail, which those are opposites. We want to draw in more people to this, but we want more single family, and single family doesn't really want more people coming into their neighborhood. We need to have scale for amenities, but we want to decrease the density, and we want more commercial, which would be up to 6 stories of office, but we don't want 4 stories of apartments. So these contradictions of what we say we want and how it fits into what we took a lot of time and the Sustainable Places grant, and we worked with the outline, which was considered best practices, and creating a sense of place for the residents. So at one point in time, I hear argued, we don't want those guys coming over and clogging up the Geyser, or as we all know, should be Geyser Park.
Geyser.
Yeah, it's Geyser Park, not Geysers like the old guys. It's Geyser Park. We don't want those folks coming in and clogging up our 10 acres of park. And then on the other hand, we want you to create enough that we're not, we want to come over to your neighborhood. So that's kind of a conflict. And just talking about parks is a touchy spot for me because, in Old Leawood, we had half an acre of parkland until 2 years ago when we got the 10 acres turned over to us. It used to be the country club. So the fact that there's already 10 acres there's going to be 3 more acres of park, and there's extensive trails, which you don't have in Milano. You don't have trails that I sense is going to bring you into the community that's being created at Regents Park and 135 mixed apartments. I don't sense that same. I mean, this is a unique opportunity to create those streets, those escapes, the brownstones, having trails all around that, having sidewalks all around it. It's going to be one of walkability's dreams, and we know that draws higher value to a neighborhood if they have walkability. And I think we all know there's a demand for all kinds of the single family, the price point. I mean, the price point of these different options of 450,000, 600 to 650, and 800 and 1,000 above, versus my neighborhood, anything that was affordable is turning into 1.2, 1.5 million, and they're taking down quarried stone homes and replacing them with bigger homes. And I'm going to take this moment just to talk about the process. People that are neighbors seem to be, of the opinion that somehow everybody has equal standing. The property owner has the rights of a property owner granted to them by the state of Kansas. So they have those rights, and we have the ability to have ordinances and zoning and regulations and materials so that we have quality products. The residents are represented by the council members, and they get to weigh in on the process, and I truly appreciate all of the activity and all of the suggestions and all of the participation, because it is a much better project than when we first started, which would look like more of like a Milano apartment and duplex with, no sense of place at all. And we have this opportunity, because I looked at what else is down there, what we've just approved at Regents Park and 135 mixed, and what you have at Milano that's around the corner, and you have single families, and there's no connectivity, there's no gathering space, there's no 3-acre park in any of those, there's no trails, there's no coffee shop, there's no greenway in any of those. And so we have an opportunity here to create something that's going to be a precedent. It's for other communities and further down the road that we haven't seen, because we have the scale to do it. And I think if we miss this opportunity to approve what we have in front of here, because I know that outside developers charge more than what they want as a percentage on equal footing for what a local builder will do here in our city. We have a proven track record by Mr. Renier that's getting ongoing with retail at Ranchmart. We have quality projects that people that live in the existing developments of Mr. Odo speak to the quality of it. And so we have quality from local developers. We have a plan that is fitting into what we asked them to do. And I, for the life of me, have seen all of these opposite things being asked. You can't have both. You can't have all single families and density and more sense of space, and then the grids and the parks and the trails all go away, and we'll just do it chunks by chunk. Mr. Renier could sell off chunks and come back, and we wouldn't have the connectivity. We wouldn't have what's the possibility before us. I really think it has gotten better, and I applaud all of the citizens for that. But this is not an election. Votes are not the signed petitions in which we're going to have a battling of the before and after, and we're going to have monitors at the polling places. That's not what this is about. Residents get to influence it. We're representing as council what we have established is our outlook and our processes and our ordinances, and those are on the books. And so we've asked developers to come in and abide by those. They have. And the state gives the right of the property owner to develop their property. And there isn't anything in this proposal that they're asking for that is outrageous, that is not within keeping, and it is half the density that they could have. It is, it's half the density, and it's 30% less than the density of what we've already approved with Regency and 135 and Milano and other places. And we aren't getting anything for that higher density. We have a lower density product, and we have trails for walking, and we have a park, 3 acres. Golly, in North Leawood, we would have jumped through hoops to get 3 acres of parkland, over the last 30 years, and didn't have anything but a half-acre Brook Beatty Park. And so I don't know why we expect this to draw in people and yet still expect it to be single family. I don't know how many of those neighborhoods want. I'm surprised when I walk through Meadowbrook that the people are spending that kind of money for people to walk through their front yard. Glad that's improving the neighborhood, but I wouldn't personally have bought a home where I'm on the Garden Parkway for everyone to come through to the parks. And believe me, that is a well-used park. It's less green space, but it's more public access, because I never got on that country club golf course. So I think it's gotten better. Even this request by Mr. Osmond to take it back and tweak it one more time, and the fact that we've done more work with the traffic, and I've done more calculations, and with the existing things we have that are not MDX, you can have the equal density with none of the amenities. So I don't understand how we can say to this developer, we'll approve it for other people, but just because you're bigger and better, we're not going to approve it. With that, I'll pass.
Regarding, Mr. Klein, regarding this being a preliminary plan, if this were to be approved tonight, how many modifications, if we want to see more mixed use, and Mr. Odo offered, even on the 2 brownstones closer to 135th, to put a couple of little, how specific would we need to be if we were going to go that route? I mean, do we have to say that tonight? I'm hearing Mr. Clover say, oh, we got to have a plan approved or we can't even market. So what leeway, and I realize it could be 2 years before we see a final plan. I'm only making a guesstimate, but there have been many a case where it's taken 2 years to get back to us with the final plan, even after a preliminary is approved. So
we are actually taking a look at that, just because it's kind of the substantial compliance with the plan that you currently have and how much you're changing it. And I know you've been talking about the non-residential, and so you can, if you go over 5% as far as an increase in non-residential floor area, then you would have to go back to a preliminary plan. For this plan, it looks like that would be, 5% would be right around just under 19,000 square feet, so 18,900 square feet.
So I think there's certainly an opportunity for at least 2 of the brownstones to have some.
Yeah, because you're looking at, as far as the square footage there and some of the other ones, if you replicate that, I think you're probably well within it.
Well, I am in agreement with Ms. Kane that it does need more mixed-use opportunities, if not for drawing people in, at least for the people that are living there. Because I do see them, I see them all over Mission Farms in the Leawood side, and I know Mr. Azeltine's on the line, and he's got his hand up, in fact. But there are people that live and dine and shop and go to fusion classes, and I mean, it's a really, and that's the beauty of mixed use, frankly. When I hear you say we want all single family, that is not mixed use, and that's what every city is striving for now. And that's why they're trying to redo all of Metcalf and College Boulevard. Everyone wants mixed use for the synergy it creates. Mr. Azeltine? You're muted. You're muted.
We can't hear you, Jim.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear us either.
Yes.
Now we can.
I did it.
You did
There
it.
you go.
Good.
Sorry I couldn't be with you this evening. I'm quarantining with my family. As Mr. Holland alluded to at the outset, this is the 13th time, the 13th iteration either our body or the Planning Commission has seen. And, you know, there's been a lot of things said on both sides. And I would even go as far as saying there's been a lot of disinformation and misinformation. But I think, you know, one of the things I've learned on the council is that we have a good staff, and they're extremely competent. They, you know, they don't always get it right, but most of the time they do, and they're pretty darn good with their facts. And our staff says this plan meets the golden criteria. It complies with the LDO, no deviations. It meets the goals and directives of 135th Street Corridor Plan and the comprehensive plan. And we've got people out in the community who sound really, you know, intelligent and well-versed that are saying just the opposite. So as a council person, you know, sometimes you just need to decide what you're going to believe, because I don't know about you guys, but I don't have the technical knowledge in terms of, you know, traffic studies and the rest. But I see a lot of diversion out there in terms of, you know, like what Councilwoman Phil alluded to with the, you know, we don't want that much traffic, but oh, it's not mixed use. It needs to be more mixed use. So those are conflicting statements. You know, the school district twice now in writing has said there's no problems or negative impact on Mission Trail. We're looking at what, $8 million a year in additional tax revenues. And, you know, the Johnson County appraiser in writing, not a situation where apartments have negatively affected property values in Johnson County. And so I take these experts at their word. You know, as far as density goes, you know, this current plan is half of what is allowed in our LDO. And we approved a development, 7 months ago that was more than twice the density of this project. So, you know, the other thing about apartments is that, you know, 10% of the dwelling units in Leawood are apartments. You know, other cities of the first class in Johnson County are way above that, 30 to 50%. And we have talked for years about diversifying our housing stock and how that benefits the entire city. And so I would just encourage my colleagues to look at this from a holistic standpoint and how it benefits the entire city. You know, the latest iteration is a total reduction. You know, we talk about units and everything, but it's a total reduction in square footage, I believe about 96,000 square feet. Last time they added 3.5 acres of green space with additional berms and, you know, walking paths and parks and trails and gardens. And, you know, you know, again, back to traffic, you know, the applicant has their traffic experts. Our experts check their experts. And they say that the current infrastructure is adequate, and, you know, and there'll be some improvements, but we were planning on improving things anyway. And, you know, the results of Leawood's professional culture are all around us. And I think, you know, this is going to be a fantastic project, and it's going to change. Even if we approve this tonight, it's going to change. Because like the applicant was saying, you know, they need to have a plan in order to market a plan. And once that starts happening, then, you know, you're probably going to see more mixed use on that side of the church. But in the meantime, you got to have the bodies there in order to spark that. And so there's a balance. And again, it's important for the public to understand this is a quasi-judicial process, and the neighbors have rights, but as Councilwoman Phyllis said, so does the property owner and the developer. And we as a governing body have obligations to both. And again, I said this last time, but I live 5 minutes from here, and I have no compunction whatsoever about having apartments, because I know they're not just going to be run-of-the-mill apartments. They are going to be luxury with a capital L. They're going to be very nice, and they're going to attract, all the kind of people we want to either come to Leawood or stay in Leawood. So, yeah, I don't need I don't need a 14th iteration, but maybe if that's what we have to do, fine. But I think we should vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Larson and Mr. Sippel.
While I respect my other council members' views, Councilmember Phila and Azzeltine, I have a different view of the project. And this is it's a really important decision for all concerned. And it's one that I don't take lightly. I've read every email. We have smart, well-educated residents who are giving their input. I wish everyone could walk away from tonight's meeting pleased with the result, but I don't think that that's going to be possible at this point. I hope we can at a future date. I appreciate the efforts from both sides into fine-tuning this development proposal. For the most part, it's gotten better. The staff, the applicant, and the residents continue to be engaged, and I appreciate that. And I hope that we can tap into that engagement with the process and use that for the good to make Leawood a better place. I also appreciate that the vast majority of the residents understand that this property is going to be developed and that Mr. Renier has a right to develop the property. There are just a few that would like for it to remain green space, and I hope that they will ultimately understand that that's just not possible. There's only so many boundaries and parameters we can put into place. This afternoon, we received an email with the City of Leawood's vision statement, and it really struck a note for me. As the City of Leawood looks to the future, it will continue to maintain residential property values, promote neighborhood-oriented commercial developments, offer a variety of high-quality residential neighborhoods, sustain environmental sensitivity, retain natural landscapes, and provide public open space. So I love that mission statement, and I want to use it in every decision that I make. And while I appreciate the changes, I can't support the development proposal. I think it's important that I verbalize what I like about the plan. I like the single-family homes. I like the twin villas. I like diversity of housing. I like green space. I would like to have some more of it. I like ownership opportunities. I'm not super excited about rental and lease opportunities. I have a different view than Councilmember Azzeltine. I like that Leawood is 10% rental property. I like housing options that provide Leawood residents who are looking to downsize their homes some options. I like walking and biking trails. Here are my concerns for this development proposal. I still struggle with the fact that the property is bifurcated and it doesn't present a true mixed-use development. In one of our many meetings, in an earlier meeting, Mr. Renier said that that this property is difficult to develop because of the geography and the separation of the east and west sections, and that is absolutely true. I look at the mixed-use definition, development which permits a mixture of retail, office, residential, and cultural uses with a coordinated theme throughout the development and encourages a high level of pedestrian activity. Like we've had some discussion here tonight, I'm not seeing a true integration of the east and west sides. And I have concerns that the east side is not financially viable. And that is what is driving this designation of this development proposal as mixed use. I keep referring to the 2019 RCLCO study and it says there's no demand for additional retail, given the stress on the retail sector and the oversupply of retail in the area. So my fear is that if we approve this plan, we're only going to get the high density on the west side of the development proposal. And our town center marketplace might not ever happen. I appreciate the dog bone, thought, and I understand that of the development as a whole, incorporating the Price Chopper development. But the Price Chopper development is a max 2-story development, and we got Geyser Park out of that development proposal. I'm uncomfortable piggybacking onto that when we haven't gotten an equivalent amount of green space and we're adding more density. The RCLCO study also says from a land planning perspective, higher density for sale in multifamily residential land uses should be concentrated on the eastern portion of the site, and lower density for sale residential should be focused on the western portions of the site, organized into segmented neighborhoods. I kind of have that vision too. Looking at the golden criteria, Ms. Rubin did an excellent job. And I would like to adopt some of her statements into mine. But the golden criteria that I specifically look at, the first is the relative gain of the public health, safety, and welfare versus the hardship imposed on the property owner as a result of the denial. When I look at this scale, I think it tips in favor of the residents. I'm still concerned about density adversely affecting the surrounding community. I stated this as a concern at the December 6th meeting, and removing the 10 units doesn't really address that in my mind. The 2020 plan had a bigger buffer. I don't feel like we have enough ownership in this development plan. I'd like to see a better mix of ownership and rental if we're going to have rental. And the density of the four-story buildings, where it's located in the topography, being on that higher ground and on a narrower portion of the land, maybe isn't the best suitability. Property values. I just really couldn't adopt the Salt Lake City study. And when our Johnson County appraiser made the reference in comparison to Scottsdale and Leawood, that's apples and oranges. I feel the 4-story apartment buildings will negatively affect the property values for the nearby residents. We can find studies that, can support these statements either way, apparently. The schools, I am a Blue Valley School District parent. Our kids attended their kindergarten through senior year Blue Valley North. I love the Blue Valley schools, love them. We've been a huge benefit to our family. I trust the Blue Valley schools, but I would tell you I'm concerned about the direction they're headed. When we considered the approval for the extension of the mobile unit at Leawood Elementary this fall and learned that There's not a plan in place for permanent addition to that building until the 2025-2026 school year. I was frankly taken aback. In approximately 2015, I had the honor of sitting in the Blue Valley North pod, the mobile unit. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that that experience would be relevant to what we're talking about tonight. And I'm sad that it's still there. And it doesn't look very good. I'm not going to hang my, hat on the Blue Valley School District's being negatively affected, as that's the only thing, but I am officially concerned about that. And we did receive some statistics this afternoon that from the Blue Valley Schools District that the enrollment figures might be a little higher than what we're talking about it. Traffic, we've talked a lot about traffic. We build things well in Leawood. We take pride in that. I think we're ready for that. But, I can't blame the nearby residents for being concerned that their traffic will be negatively impacted. Golden rule number 2 that I'm looking at, the extent to which the removal of the restrictions will detrimentally affect the nearby property. I don't want to repeat myself with these same issues, but it's pretty much the same. That golden rule asks, can the uses allowed in the proposal be good neighbors to the existing development? And it's a subjective question focused on facts, not fears, and based on issues zoning can address. From the feedback that we've received, I have questions whether this development could be a good neighbor to Wilshire Place, Waterford, the Enclave at Cedar Point. Again, going back to the RCLCO, the highest and best use of the property for sale, single-family detached, followed by single-family attached, such as twin villas or townhomes, relatively low density, example 2- and 3-story, rental residence land, and neighborhood serving retail. The for sale housing market may be the strongest near and midterm opportunity at this time. The length of time the property has been vacant. This is the first time the City Council has voted on a development proposal for this land. I'm not sure there's the statistic that, it's been zoned for high density for 50 years, or I may be misquoting that, but I didn't quite understand where that's coming from, the 50 years. I remember driving down 150 highway in the mid-90s and thinking I was out in the boonies. So I'm not sure what basis that's on. Finally, opposition or support by neighboring residents. We have some residents that are in favor of this development, but by far the opposition is great. And while it cannot be the reason to deny or approve a request, it is a golden criteria. And the opposition is very well documented, and I do appreciate the emails and the feedback from our residents. It's helped, as Councilmember Phyllis said, it's helped fine-tune and make this development proposal the best it can be at this time. But I think it is a factor that none of the homes associations are in favor. And lastly, I would like a greater look at the implications on our city services. We take pride in our police department, our fire department, our parks and rec. If this proposal goes forward, if it is approved, I would really like for us to take a deep dive into those city services and make sure that we're not doing anything that negatively impacts our Leawood residents. That's what I would want for myself, and that's what I want for our Leawood residents. So that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Mr. Sippel.
Wow. I'm not going to be as eloquent or as lengthy as Councilwoman Larson is.
Sorry about the length.
No, I thought you did a wonderful job of expressing yourself. I wish I had that ability. I have been troubled for a couple of years now with the 135th Street plan and the comprehensive plan. It's just been sort of a knot in my stomach. And then when Mr. Rainier came up with the RCLCO study, it sort of put a damper. It was a destabilizing issue as far as the plan. And this group and the city has gone forward with the 135th Street plan for years and years. I can recall being part of the group that sat at the tables out at Ironwoods Lodge and put the pieces together that developed the plan. But when the RCLCO study came and says maybe not everything that's in that plan is the best that we can do. And as a result of that, the neighbors have also identified that it might not be the best that we can do. I think that Mr. Odo has done a commendable job of working within the guidelines of the 135th Street plan to come up with something that makes economic sense. I think that he and other investors could do very well if we adopted this plan. And the other thing is, I think that Mr. Odo has a wonderful track record of building quality units or developments and his apartment complex. And if and when this thing goes through, I hope he gets the prize and is one of the builders or the builder that actually makes this happen, because I think that we have everything we'd want to have. He's a resident. He has a great track record of building quality items. And he would be here if we needed to call him on something. So he's got my support. The problem, though, that I have is, and I don't mean to be critical of my constituents in Ward 3, but I think they were somewhat surprised when this development came down the road. You know, a lot of people buy a house because they like the neighborhood, they like the schools, they like the convenience of grocery stores and dry cleaners and gas stations. They don't look at the empty lots down the street. I did that when I bought several houses in my background. I didn't know what was going to go on down the street. And I think when we came in with this Cameron's Court development, many of them were surprised as to the density. And they didn't realize that that's been in the city's plans for almost 10 years. So I think that there's an education process that we owe our constituents as to why we're doing what we're doing. And so my position on this thing tonight, and I agree with bits and pieces of what all of the contemporaries up here at this DS has said, that I agree with some of it, I don't agree with some of the other pieces. But I think we owe it to our constituents to take a pause on this development agreement and take a look at Bob Rainier's study, the 135th Street plan, and maybe even go so far as to get a consultant involved, look at the economy, look at what happens to commercial, look what happens to retail. What are we seeing in the city of Leawood as to what now, with Amazon.com and grocery stores and retail establishments, empty storefronts and so forth, the world is different. One of my contemporaries made the comment, the world is a lot different now than it was in 2014. And I'd like to be an informed decision maker. And I feel a little bit in a vacuum up here in terms of what's the right thing to do with this piece of ground, this 100 acres or so on 135th Street. Obviously, the neighbors, there's rights and wrongs as to their position. Some of them are in agreement, some of them are not. The statistics are all over the map. But I would really like to take a pause, and I don't know what it is. I mean, this thing is going to be in front of us for years and years, and I would like to recommend that we take a look at it from a consultant standpoint, get some advice, and come up with something, and even involve the neighbor. I agree with everyone that has said that they don't have they're not stakeholders like the owner of the land, the developer, and the city is, but they should have a voice. And I would like them to be involved in coming up with a plan that's going to be working for everyone. So I'm somewhat negative on the plan as it exists right now. And I've got a number of issues that concern me. I don't want to get into that right now, but I'm leaning towards the no. But eventually, I would like to see this developed, and I wouldn't have a problem at all if Mr. Odo was the developer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Osmond, I guess your hand's up. I see it now in the chat. Yes.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. I want to deviate for a minute and talk about a gentleman, and I apologize, I did not get his name. He stood up before us and said that I voted, was the only lone dissenting vote, 7-1 vote, against a project or a proposal last month. And for the residents, for the developer that are here tonight, I wanted to clarify what that vote was. That vote was for the Blue Valley School District having two, quote, temporary trailers on their facility, I believe at Leawood School. And I voted not because I didn't want the trailer. Well, actually, no, I didn't want the trailer, but I was supportive of the school district. I got involved with the public and getting advocated in the community about 10 years ago. And as Deb Phyllis said, Mission Valley Middle School is down the street, or was down the street from both Deb and myself, 86th and Mission Road. And when they, 10 years ago, the Shawnee Mission School District abruptly passed a plan to say, we're going to consolidate. We're looking into this proposal. Let's have a meeting. The residents of the community were irate. I was one of them. I didn't have a vested interest at the time. I had very young kids. But I felt the school district was very important for the community. And I said, I'm going to go to all these meetings. What perturbed me the most was, I don't want to say the outright lie, but the misrepresentation of the Shawnee Mission School Board to the residents. They had two options. Option one was to do what they did and say, we're going to look at our own study, we're not going to have any input, and we're going to make a decision. But that decision was predetermined. We all knew that. The second option, which, right or wrong, I believe in just being truthful and saying to the constituents, you may not like our choice, but here's why we're doing it. And I think it could have been told to us in a much different fashion if they would have told us that short and long term, they have a long-term vision for the school district. And why do I bring this up? Because I voted I was the lone dissenting vote. I don't know if Blue Valley has the right vision or the wrong vision. I can only go off of what Shawnee Mission School has done. And in 2015, the residents of Shawnee Mission passed by over 80%, a bond for $233 million. That consisted of 6 new elementary schools, of which 3 were in very close proximity to our district, feeding into either Shawnee Mission South or Shawnee Mission East. You fast forward a couple more years, in 2021, last year, Shawnee Mission voted again, overwhelmingly over 70%, to pass another bond of $264 million to rebuild 5 new elementary schools. Now, why do I bring this up? Because I understand that the first priority of the residents is their kids and their family and getting the best quality education. The school district has to look long-term. And I would advocate, whatever happens tonight, you really need to discuss amongst the school board of Blue Valley, what is their short and long-term plan? Because to my knowledge, the bonds that have passed for Blue Valley have all gone to new schools, ground up, versus schools such as Mission Trail or Leawood or some of the other schools that are going on 20, 30 years that we are, whether or not you look at the statistics, they're at capacity, over capacity, under capacity, it's important to look at. So I delve into that because everything stems from reviewing this proposal, and one of the key elements that time and time again we saw overcrowding at schools and the number of people that were going to be into this development. Would that be a hindrance or a positive thing for the community? Really the crux of the matter is we have a very broken relationship between the developer and the residents. I mean, if both parties can't agree if the sky is blue, then we've got an issue. And I don't want to say it's the Hatfield-McCoy or North Korea and South Korea, but there's some very big animosity between the two parties. And so either side is going to take the other side with a grain of salt, if that. So I have to take it upon myself and say, look at these proposals and be unbiased and say, how has it progressed from revision A to revision B to revision triple Z, which is, I think we're at that point because we have to vote. And the reason I ask some of these questions tonight, I rely on our staff, but I also, one of the things that the Russians a long time ago was a proverb that Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. And so I trust our staff, I trust my colleagues, but I have to do my own investigation whether or not this is a viable project. And is it something that with minor tweaks, it could do? The reason I pushed things off from a month ago to today is because I felt that there were opportunities that both sides could come together, or at least have staff review and figure out what are some more things that we can bridge the gap. We've received a lot of information. And so what I've done today, I took an inordinate amount of time to place some phone calls. I placed phone calls to apartment complexes in the area. The bad thing is, because of privacy regulations, they don't disclose a lot to you. But we got some very valuable information from the city, Blue Valley School District today. And it was in our package or in our email, and it talks about the 3 developments, Park Place, Villa Milano, and Leawood at State Line, where they feed into. And the key here is the total number of students that feed into each of those schools. Those are actual numbers for this year. If you call up a apartment complex, because of privacy, They don't tell you how many people. They can't even tell you how many families are there. So it was really interesting to see the difference between Leawood at State Line and Park Place. I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but Leawood at State Line has 250 plus units in that community in a little over 21 acres. They by far and away have the highest number of kids feeding into the school district at about 13, almost 14%. But there's an inverse correlation that I found out from talking to a couple brokers specializing in apartments today, that the lower the price point that you have, the more opportunity that it is for people to feed into those schools. On the flip side, you've got Park Place that's, instead of 21 acres, you've got it only on 5 acres of ground. They have less than 2% of their total number of residents attend school, which is basically 5 kids. Now, their rental rate is above $2,000 a month on the average. You couple that with the Leawood and State Line, their average is roughly $1,350. So there's a dramatic difference in price point there. So when we look at the sales versus leasing, and I'm getting to my overall intent here, is this proposal has 324 luxury apartment homes for lease and another 324 mansion-style homes for lease. If you take the average of 950 square feet at $1.80, or I really don't think it's going to be $1.80. I think it's going to be closer to $2 because of construction cost. But you're looking at close to $2,000 a month, right in line with Park Place, on the number of opportunities potentially for families to go into. One of the questions that I posed to a couple of the brokers that specialize in apartments, I asked them, I said, where do families go? Are families going into apartment communities? And overall, unequivocally, they said, if there's a opportunity for a 2 or a 3 bedroom, absolutely. They will not go into a single bedroom. They will not go into a bedroom and a half or a studio. And so one of the things that I'm looking at is, I don't want to call it a divorce pad. I don't want to call it a empty nester, but the likelihood of having children in this community is much less than if you were to build single-family homes. And one of the things that Deborah Phyllis said a long time ago, and she always says this, is be careful what you wish for. And so if you look at the acreage on the west side, and that acreage is 75 acres, what happens if you just did single-family homes? Well, that's the worst case scenario, because everything will feed into the school district. And I calculated a minimum of 140 homes that could go on it, of which maybe a third to half would be in there, which would be far more number of kids than going in currently, what I think. On the flip side, I don't like how the mixed use is bifurcated. And Mary is absolutely correct. You've got 2 sides, one which is all primarily residential and one which is all commercial. This is technically a mixed-use project, but because you have a very narrow path, it causes problems to do development overall. If this came before me, and in a couple of years, the developer on the east pad said, hey, we looked into it, We tried to get this development going, which is all commercial. We want you to zone it for residential. If I'm on council at the time, I would say absolutely not. That this has to be commercial because that's what we're basing it off of. But talking to David Lay and the Public Works Department and being chair of it, I look at some of the internal things that the developer has done over the past couple months. They are minor tweaks that people don't see, but they create a large impact to the overall project. Number one, if you're looking at the development, and I want to say it's there's a road. Oh geez, I apologize. I don't know. It's a winding road.
High Drive. High Drive.
Thank you, High Drive. If you have a straight shot going north-south, that is a very easy cut through for people to come and go. By curving it, having different winding areas to make it not as enticing, that creates a boundary for people to go in. The second thing is cutting off the access point in the middle of the project to deter multiple entry and exits into the area. I also like the green space that they've increased. And if you look at the percentage green space of 38, almost 40% of the overall project, that's quite significant. You know, is it usable? Is it from a 38% or 42 acres? No, they're divided into bits and pieces, but it gives different areas, segments for people to do things, be it small, be it big. That green space, conservatively, is over $9 million worth of lost revenue or income just by having this versus being able to develop it. Going back and forth, is this 100% absolute? No, but it's not a zero either. And I have to look at it long term and what is best for the city. And the city plans much differently than the school district. We have the opportunity to see a project, see our needs, and hire and staff accordingly over the next year, 2, 3 years. We're very nimble. We can increase or decrease as need be, and that's what our annual budget is for. We will look at this and we will determine, are we properly phasing things in? And I'm confident with our staff that we can do that. That's a long-winded way of saying, is this project 100%? No. But I like, from where it's come to today, that I'm comfortable moving forward with the project. That concludes my dissertation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Mr. Rawlings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've served on the city council as of this month 21 years. And in this 21 years, I've learned, is my judgment, that the council has two main priorities as we sit here on the bench. That is, number one, to support the needs of this city as it relates to what we need to make this city run efficiently in fire, police, public works, staffing adequately, attracting good people. And when the staff comes to us, the city manager comes to us, we review this, we look at the budgets every year, and we either approve or disapprove. But this council in the past has always supported most of the needs and the requests from the staff. I say that because we all believe that we have an excellent staff and support their needs and their requests, and they're not willy-nilly. And we consider those every year on the budget and approve the budget. And if they come halfway through the year and need to make an adjustment, if it makes sense, we do it. During this time, current council and previous council members have reviewed and approved many projects that include all types of residential, retail, commercial requests. Consideration for approved by the council for city staff budget requests in all areas of needed equipment, parks, needs, regulations. We've supported them almost without fail. Number two, we have the responsibility as council members sitting on this bench to take in consideration the long-term goals of this community, and that is to look at proposal of future plans, look and see if they will help the city grow and prosper. Do they make sense? We look at staff recommendations, and we approve those plans. I've approved a lot of those plans, some I have not. Every time I make a decision before I vote, I look at the Plan Commission's recommendations, I look at the city recommendations, I take the input in from the citizens, try to marry all that into my decision, and try to get the emotionalism out of it and say what is in the best long-term interest of this city. Now comes the request to approve 117 million or 117 acres or 110 or whatever, a multi-million-dollar project by one developer, which to this date has never been requested, ever. Now we have a very experienced land planner and developer requesting to approve this plan. The owner has extensive experience of commercial infill and has pledged to assist in securing commercial tenants, that being Mr. Renier. This is a very unique opportunity for both short and long term to bring a new mixture of residential, retail, and commercial properties that, in my opinion, given the opportunity, will work well in this tract. With this in mind, I'm for approving this project, recommending approval of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Rawlings. Hearing the discussion, I'm not hearing those of you who are thinking positively. I'm hearing lots of negative as well. Those of you who are thinking positively, there's still a question of what to put just south of the row of single-family homes that we ought to discuss. And maybe those of you who would vote no still have an opinion on that. Mr. Sipple.
My opinion on that would be the lowest rental or purchase price, which probably would mean the brownstones. We'd have more diversity of our housing.
Okay. Ms. Phillip.
I, again, like that lower price point. We're really, really sadly having entry points into our, I think of every person that might be interested in going there, then they free up a house that's bigger for a growing family, and we don't have any place to move down to. So I'm for that. I like the porches to porches. That's going to make a really nice, friendly neighborhood feel for the kids throwing balls out in the front yard, and across the street they're doing the same. So I really like that instead of going from garage to front.
All right, now, we're talking porches to porches if we go single family. We're not talking.
I don't believe that's true. And I see that Mr. Odo, that's not the case. You're going to be front.
What are you talking about,
Mayor? You've got a villa across the street from another villa. Right. Is what you have.
That's one of the three.
That's
options.
one of the three. But you're saying if you have brownstone, you have a porch to a porch.
You'll have a.
At least that's what I heard.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm trying to pull a picture up of brownstone. That won't do it. I got this blown up. There we go. Do it well. It is. Do we have a brownstone here? I know we do. I'm sorry. It will be a porch. Are you guys familiar
28.
with? There
Go
it
to
is.
28.
There we go. That's what So you will have a front porch looking onto a single family with a garage on one side. So this is gonna be a very similar look as what you've got over at Park Place, pulling in where it's across the street from the 4-story or the AMC building. But there won't be you won't have the height behind it. It'll just be a 2-story brownstone.
And these would be the least costly in terms of purchase?
We see them around $400 to $450 max. They would definitely.
And
be
how
the
many
least.
feet? 1,200?
No. They would be closer to about 1,800.
Oh.
Maybe 2,000. Because we want to be able to have 3-bedroom in here because we typically see that 3rd bedroom more as a study or den for somebody.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts? Ms. Kane?
My thought for if that is an isolated question.
It is at the moment.
Thank you. Then my thought is that we involve the residents in the decision because as it's been painfully pointed out that, you know, the conversation between the two parties. I think the residents, if that's the question and the only question, the residents should have the option to weigh in or the ability to weigh in prior to us just unilaterally making a decision.
If that's an option, I would agree with you. That would be a nice thing to do. I guess there'd have to be a preliminary plan approved first before that to be the opportunity. So that's the only thing I'm saying, because I think the question before us tonight is whether to go forward or not.
Understood. If it's an isolated question, that was my answer.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think it's a good idea. Ms. Larson?
I agree, because my thought is the residents might prefer the single-family home as a greater buffer between their neighborhood and the 4-story apartment buildings. And so I would want what is best for those residents as an isolated question.
Right. I think that's a great idea. And Ms. Harrison?
My preference would be the 9 single-family homes.
Well, mine would as well, but I do like the idea of the residents weighing in. I would be surprised if they would want anything rather than single family. I've heard that many times. In fact, they even want the twin villas going down to the church. They want all those replaced with single family. Ms. Kane?
Thank you. And an overwhelming amount of the residents overwhelmingly do not want those 4-story buildings either. So I think that it's hard to isolate some of these questions, but I'd like to bring that up yet one more time. We still unfortunately have those 4-story buildings placed where they are and not farther to the east where, in my very strong opinion, they belong, and where topographically the land takes a dip right there by whatever that road is, Chadwick, Kenneth, whatever, not Kenneth, that's too far.
High Drive?
No, it's farther east than that. So it takes a big dip. I've asked that over and over, and I'd like to just make that point one more time. Thank you.
Are you talking about east of the church?
I'm talking right here. Right now, they're the 4 buildings
Right,
are right
I see
here,
that. But where
and
are you suggesting they be moved? East of the church?
No, I'm talking in here closer to the State Line Road, closer to Kenneth, which actually would be opposite what we've already approved. So I'm talking about, I'm sorry, this is my only picture, is instead of having these at the high point, right in that high point, first of all, I wish they weren't 4-story, and I wish they could be moved farther to the west, or to the east, beg your pardon.
Into track 4.
Yes.
I would like to ask somebody, maybe it's Mr. Lay, possibly, about the claim that those 4-story units are on the highest topography of the entire development. Is that an accurate statement? And maybe it's Mr. Klein or Mr. Sanchez.
I've asked that question. Can I tell you what they told me the answer was?
Well, I think our staff has. But maybe you need to help them because they're
Well,
searching.
I specifically asked that question before, and there is a berm there's a berm, so it's kind of one of those foggy, or those, it's a little little misconstruing, if you will, because there's a berm, a 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot berm that goes over here, so it somewhat doesn't look like that's the highest point, but it's only because there is a berm, which is what I was told by our staff, that is along that area. So.
You mean they're berming to camouflage the 4 stories?
No, well, I'll let
Mr.
them,
Klein.
like I said, I asked this question, was it you, Mark, that I was talking to you about this? Or was it David? One of you I talked to about this and was told that the land kind of goes like this and it goes back up.
And basically, if we're looking at the topo map, and if that, it'd be the northwest corner, kind of where you have that eyebrow, that new eyebrow that they put in. It's a little bit higher there. It does drop from there down to 990, which is the 4-story, one of the 4 stories that's located down by 135th Street. And then it continues to drop off to the east as you go. So at that corner, it's at 1,000 feet, and then it drops about 10 feet as you go down toward 135th Street.
So it's not the highest ground?
It looks like there's some higher areas.
Well, can we see again what the residents are going to see? I know that was a display that we had on December 6th, that it was a slide that you brought.
Mm-hmm. One of the first slides they showed today.
Got my glasses on this time. Oh, right here.
Yeah, there it is.
I am going to try to pull that up a little bit more. Henry, did you want to come explain it? But I can, if not. Is this up? Make sure I'm saying it right here. So this is 133rd right here. You can see my little lines here.
Yes, yes.
Here's the homes on the north side of 133rd. Then we have single-family homes here, and then we have single-family homes here, and then you've got the 3.5-acre park along with, you know, in addition to Jadwood. But this, you can kind of see the height of this building here. It's drawn back here. In the dotted one is this one over here behind the eyebrows. And when we did this, we put the most narrow part of the apartment building this way. So right up here is all they're really going to see. And then you come across, it starts to drop off. We try to hide it and put the rest of the mass as the building starts to drop off. I'll let you explain better on that one.
This is taken off of obviously Google Earth and getting all the heights and the heights of the buildings. And even there's a line you can see that goes across the top of the building that if you're on the second level, standing up in the window, you can't see the 4-story buildings because you go across the top of it. That's what that line's showing from a sight line. And that was also another reason why we thought the brownstone would be a good idea, because the brownstone's solid. You're not going to have in between or particle parcel or anything like that. But basically, if there's a, you know, similar single family other than a ranch across the street from all the other 2- and 3-story, you know, 2.5-story, I guess, maybe more appropriate across the street, you can't see the buildings except maybe in between. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clover, with all due respect, if I can stand at the Price Chopper and see the Church of the Resurrection from the Price Chopper, how in the world do you think people are not going to see the 4-story buildings on that corner? I mean, it doesn't even make any sense that they're not going to see them. It doesn't make any sense.
It's a mathematical formula, and it's a sight line. So if we take the site, we put the contours in, which is what this drawing does, We put the height of the building, we look at the height of the second floor, we look at a similar height building across the street. It's a sightline study. And the Church of the Resurrection is huge. You can see it all the way from 69. You can see from the office buildings up at, so it's not a tiny little building.
No, I never said it was a tiny little building, but I dare say it's no taller than your buildings, perhaps. I don't know.
I think you're way, it's probably 80 to 100 feet tall, minimum.
I don't know how tall it is. All I know
It is huge.
All I know is it actually makes no sense to me that if you're saying that people are not going to see those 4-story buildings on that corner, that makes absolutely no sense
I am
to
saying
me.
for the record that based on the information that we took from the Google Earth, from the contours, from the plot, if you're standing on the second level looking out the window, you cannot see above the house across the street. You may be able to see in between, but you cannot see over the house next to you and see those buildings. For the record, I'm saying that.
Because you don't have enough distance.
It's too far away. You gotta realize it's 721 feet. A football field is 360. That is 2 lengths of the Chiefs football
So
field
that's like
from
looking
end
out
to end.
Like looking out here and being able to see Macy's.
Talking your mic.
You're not talking into your
So
microphone.
like looking out here, trying to see 2-story building across the town center.
It's all perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, you can put your thumb up and block the sun.
Mr. Sipple.
Mr. Clover, the sight line that you're showing there, that is probably the neighbor that would be most exposed, which would be at the intersection of 133rd and Pawnee, right on the east side of Gezer Park? Or
No,
would it be
it's
somebody down by High
it's more in
Drive?
the middle. Unfortunately, I might be able to see if I can find a plan that would show you where that's taken. Because this diagram, yeah, it's basically at the intersection of the road. So it'd be the, I'm not sure if you can see that, but the site section is cut through here.
That's not
Can
on
you,
our,
can you show it on the screen? We can't see it here.
Yeah, I haven't got that capability, but
There you go.
there's somebody does.
Ross does.
Sorry about that. I was looking at my finger, you couldn't see it. It's cut right through here. So it's these residents through here that would be the worst case through here. And what Rick said is true. I mean, we purposely, the building is 70 feet wide, roughly, that's facing them. That's the closest. And then we step back away from that another 60, 70, 80 feet. But mathematically, and it's really hard for us to cheat, because if you put the contours in and you put the building heights in, there's a line that'll tell you where it's going to go. And you won't see it. But that is also why we were thinking that Mark's got some additional information. Right there.
Yeah, so you can see right here, this is 1,000 feet, so that's higher, it's higher along here. And then it drops down to 990 here. and
Yeah,
then it
there's a
continues
10-foot
to drop
difference.
down this way. But right here, it is fairly high here. It's high here, but then it drops down in this area right here. So it's not, it does kind of undulate like.
Right.
It's good to know. Thank you. I do think your statement, Mr. Clover, is important. If indeed the residents weigh in, I had not thought about the brownstones being
It will
solid.
completely block.
And it would be more blockage, if that makes a difference to people. Mr. Sipple?
While we have Mr. Clover up there, I just want to take a minute to talk a little bit about your retail locations. It's my understanding, and you're the expert, I'm just a novice at this, but wouldn't a cluster effect, a node effect of having several retail shops in an area rather than having them spread out, wouldn't that be more attractive to merchants?
Yeah, that statement is generally correct, and that's what we do have, because we have a congruent or a massing at State Line, we have a
at
massing
State
at
Line.
Pawnee.
I'm talking about
And then
in the
at
apartment.
Chadwick Park, we have, and Rick's already stipulated that if you want some more, and by the way, Patrick, who's on the computer and sending me notes, basically told me that the retail that's at Meadowbrook is about 6,500 square feet. So it's fairly similar. I guess there's like restrooms and things like that there.
It certainly draws people from all
Right.
over, because I even go there. and leave Leawood on occasion. So it
That's
is.
not-
You put that
that's
on the
not allowed.
record, Mayor.
I know,
Do you
it's
have
on the
Do
record.
you have an Uber driver to take you?
So anyway, Mr. Clover,
Yes, sir.
you're okay with these spread out, somewhat diffuse locations rather than something around the intersection of High Drive and 135th Street being a cluster of shops?
We already went to brokers. I mean, we don't do this in a vacuum, so we go to the guys that lease and represent, for example, First Watch,
Right.
who was on the phone conversation the other day, and they specifically told us, I want to put a sign there. They tell us where they think there's activity, and it's actually in your community guideline of like, it needs to be in the best places. And so for us to say, you know, we've got a mass here, we've got a mass here, and we've got, I mean, the park can be really cool because the great thing you've got going here is you've got one developer and you've got a mass that they can, it's called program. And the one advantage that the biggest thing that I think is really cool, and I don't want to, you know, because I mention these things and I get in trouble for it, but my office is in Lenexa in City Center, which I did a lot of that. So the buildings you see is mostly my handiwork. And the one thing the city's done really well is they program food trucks and they program music and they program activities every Friday night. And I see people walking with their chairs on their shoulder every Friday. And I don't drive that way, but purposely on Friday nights, I go by because I can hear the music and I take a turn and I go over and I check out what's going on and I see all the people and I see all the people walking to it. And that's what the hope is here. And that's exactly what we're talking about. We've got ability for food trucks. We've got ability for music and, you know, theater and you know, car shows and things like that. And the benefit you have is that will be a benefit to everybody because it's an amenity and it's an activity. And it's because it's big enough, you can program it. You'll actually have people that'll manage it and you'll get people there.
I'm going to add to that, Mr. Sipple. In that High Drive, we don't feel is a good location. I go on for a half hour on why. Chadwick is good because we've got the center mass of the park there, plus the kiosk. So we've got a lot of activity. So we feel like we've got retail, which is the same amount of retail right there in that little corner as what Meadowbrook does. Plus we've got another, I think it's like 10,000 over on Pawnee. So Pawnee's right by the Price Chopper area, retail against retail. We think that mass as well. We can bring a little bit to Chadwick Park because we've got Chadwick Park that's going to draw people in like Meadowbrook does. You can bring a little bit to the interior. It's very difficult to make interior retail work, but you can if you have a reason, and that's why we have Chadwick, and that's why I was willing, when we did, to make it double its size. The rest is going to be over on the eastern side where it's where it belongs. And with the new plan that we've got, I think it's going to be very successful with the retail. So if that answers your question.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions?
I guess I'm still not clear with your question, Mayor, which I think is a good question. If we approve something but let the comments to the developer sink in, how much flexibility?
Will you talk into your mic?
How much flexibility does Mark and his staff have? I heard 5%. I mean, it's a good question. You know, something I wasn't clear on how much flexibility.
Well, I think 5% is the max flexibility, or they start over, is what I'm hearing. Then it's considered substantial change.
Well,
so
that's our rule.
But, no, that's a rule.
Well-
But I'm also hearing 5% is a lot of square footage. We're not going to talk about 5%. It'll be less than that.
Okay, well,
Getting-
that's what I'm having trouble conceptualizing.
Yeah, because he said it was like 18,000 square feet. Right now, there's 6,500. Mr. Lambers.
I was going to say, don't let yourself get tied up on the three options as part of this preliminary plan and say that leave the single family in if the response from whoever decides you want to go differently. We will not make it go through the process again. We'll just plug it in, whatever it is. You have that flexibility as the governing body. If
You're
you get to that
talking
point.
about across from single family.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
This is-
he's talking about adding a little bit more to
I know, I was
those
concerned about the
brownstones.
other as well, but basically, if you want to defer a decision on that, we'll show the single family, and you can change it at final plan without being considered a substantial change.
Well, I think there's been a thought that it would be nice to have residents weigh in on that topic.
Well, again, if you get to a
If
final
we
plan.
get to, if we get to a
Well, I'm saying,
preliminary
if you
plan.
get to that, I would say that, you know, it would basically come back to you with a single family there, but then you can make the change that night to the other two options if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
Without being a substantial change.
Okay. Well, I did hear a willingness from Mr. Odo maybe 2 hours ago, an hour and a half ago at least, saying that if there's an opportunity just directly south of Chadwick, those two brownstones, to put a little retail in the northern part to create that synergy you were talking about, you would be willing to look at that if something offered.
If something's
an
offered,
opportunity.
I've said it many times, retail's the most profitable part of real estate, only if it's successful. So if it comes in, you better believe I'm going to ask for that, and we'll go from there. So, and now that, and I've been told all along, if I wanted a little bit more retail in this area, bring it to you. So I'm assuming that's the case, and we will always try to do that.
Well, I do like the fact that you doubled the size of Chadwick Park with
Yes.
this iteration, and really like the fact that you closed to auto traffic on 133rd and put in the right in, right out on 135th.
We're up over 21 acres now of park space. I mean,
Good.
that's
good.
a lot of park space. It's very usable and green space, walkable, and yes, ponds are part of green space and beauty. You've got them at Gezer's Park. Did I say that right? Gezer's?
Gezer.
Yeah,
Gezer.
Gezer's Park as well. And these are without parking, so there's no parking around any of these things here. So they're all open space for everybody.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Azeltine? I'm sorry. Yeah, I see your hand now. I need Ms. Bennett to be my eyes.
Thank you, Mayor. This kind of goes back to what Mr. Clover said a few minutes ago about, you know, once we have a plan, we can market it. And so I think once, you know, if we were to approve this and, you know, Mr. Odo's, you know, selling these units and these apartments, you know, like hotcakes, I think it's gonna generate a lot of interest. And I wouldn't be surprised if you have some revised finals where you've got more commercial on the west side of the church. So,
Well,
food for thought.
I think that would be, I believe it would be welcomed by the residents. I've heard several of them say that, and at the same time, they don't want traffic. So I do know that more commercial brings more traffic, so there'd have to be some sort of balance. But it certainly would make it more mixed use in the strictest term. Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions anyone has? Ms.
Are you
Fella?
ready for a motion?
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing. It's been said, but some people tonight, residents that were here, were dismissing the improvements made. But if it were not for the residents' involvement, we wouldn't, I don't believe, have seen this many improvements. And so I want to thank them, and I certainly want to thank your willingness to work with them and make the modifications, because I do think it's really come a long way from that first plan. So, and when we think about units, I really think about 324 apartments. Those are the four stories. I've heard people say, I want single-family homes, I want twin villas, I want the brownstones. I even like the lower height of some apartments, which are the mansion homes. So it's the 324 apartments that the residents are really objecting to. And when you think of it as 324 apartments and not 833 units, it's a different scenario. So, okay, Ms. Phil.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the preliminary plan for the mixed-use preliminary plan and preliminary plat for.
Actually, you should read from the agenda because it's got
Okay.
quite a bit of.
A motion to approve the ordinance approving a rezoning from ag and SDO planned office to mixed-use development district, preliminary plan and preliminary plat for Cameron's Court, located south of 133rd Street and west of State Line, PC 49-20.
Mayor, to be clear, that's with the staff stipulations that are in your staff report, including scenario A, which was the single family.
With the understanding that to change to either of the two other options per the city administrator, they could be done without bringing back the proposal. For
Well, I
final.
think it's going to come to us again.
It would come to you at final
With
without,
final.
without redoing the entire
Right.
preliminary.
Do we need to make that?
Yes.
Okay.
Does she need to add that to her motion?
No, because I'm told that that's from what Mr. Lambert said and what planning staff said, it would not be a substantial change to go from single family to the brownstones.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're going with the staff stipulations as stated in the staff report, including scenario A, which is the single family to single family.
And are you including a possible opportunity to add some more retail in those two brownstones?
And do I have to make that a stipulation, or is that just understood that we do have the developers' concurrence that they would add additional retail to the
If
brownstones?
opportunity arose.
If opportunity arises.
I think that can just be part of your motion, your lengthy motion.
Then so added.
Okay. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion from Ms. Phila and a second from Mr. Rawlings. Further discussion. Mr. Sipple.
Just one last time, I would like to ask Mr. Clover whether or not there's any possibility of moving any of the four-story buildings down towards High Drive and 135th Street. That would satisfy the anxiety of the neighbors substantially. The temperature in the room would go down.
It all has to do with about clustering and keeping things together. I mean, we've looked at putting the buildings further down, they just don't group very well.
Because?
Just the size of the buildings, the cluster where they want to be, because of just, you're going to build them in phases and you're going to build, and you really don't want to stretch them out along the whole length because then you start interfering with the mansion styles and things like that. And like I said before, oh, by the way, I got somebody text me, the Church of the Resurrection building's 100 feet tall. So it's like 40 or 50 feet taller than we are. Like, we think we're like 56. But you're not going to, I mean, the sightline section, they should tell us you're not going to see it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And now, before we vote, we need a motion to extend this meeting for 30 minutes, please. We won't be here for 30 minutes.
Motion to extend?
Second.
Second.
Motion from Ms. Larson, second from Mr. Sipple. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? All right, it's approved unanimously. Thank you. Now, any further questions or comments or discussion on the motion? All right, since this is an ordinance, roll call, please.
Councilmember Sippel,
For nay, for the reasons I stated.
Councilmember Rawlings,
Aye.
Councilmember Larson,
Nay.
Councilmember Harrison,
No.
Councilmember Filla,
Aye.
Councilmember Kane,
No.
Councilmember Osman,
Aye.
and Councilmember Azeltine.
Aye.
For all of the reasons I have said tonight, all the improvements that have been made, and what I am counting on to be the highest quality project. I've heard that stated again and again. I haven't lived in one of your developments, but I've heard people talk about it. So I'm going to vote in the affirmative and look forward to this being far, far more pleasing to those residents who are so adamantly opposed to it.
Thank you, council, all of you. I appreciate everything. I promise it'll be what City of Leawood wants, and it's the only thing I've ever built. I'm still a resident here, and my commitment to be here. And I've had an open door with anybody who talked respectfully to me, and I always will. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. We have no old business. We have no new business, so we are adjourned.